later. Now we load. Yeah. Now what do we want to do first? How about wait? The family shopping trip had at least most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the truck before you go enjoy the afternoon. You carve another bag to your arm and head towards your house. It was one of the heaviest bags from the grocery store, filled with fruit, apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and half a watermelon. Ma came out front the door and pushed just ahead of you. Need any help with that, Alexander? I'll bring the rest of the way if you want me to. Oh, yes, I would like help. Okay, please, it's just too heavy. No, I got it. I'm doing just fine. No, I got it. You just imagine holding on to it. Clearly with a nod in your head, need someone else to take it. You didn't say much. You could finish the job without much trouble. Wow. Nah, I got it. I'm doing fine. Alright. Even if it was large, it wasn't really a problem for you. I gave you a encouraging grin. You rustled her hair through your hair. Your golden hair. Mom! You sat the bags down on the corner. Your older sister began rooting around inside the cupboards with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a whine and puff, Elizabeth continued putting away groceries, and you retreat out of the kitchen before you become her target of her bad mood.
Careful.
Careful, Alexander. You haven't had looked where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you're going to run into a wrong person, you might get your license revoked. I don't have a license. She grins at the bad joke as you continue through the door. Outside, Ma has started organizing what remains and put back in the loose object that fallen out during the trip. When he stepped up to the truck beside her, she took a big breath there, and her dress swung in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend money to coop up that shopping carry. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilt your head to the sky, gazing at this clear blue sky. That is. Days like this are my favorite. It's too hot. Fuck no, it's not. Wish it would rain. I like it when it's stormy the best. Yeah, days like this are my favorite. Mom smiled at you. Her eyes and the afternoon. You and your sister are a lot alike in the way, and me too. Give her a familiar look. But then you turned back to help her with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Kobe. You nod, Mom, and wave over at Kobe, who had just inside his front door. His surfboard coughed up in one arm. Let's see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to this beautiful day? I think you know the answer. Kobe Instead, not having realized your family was also out here, even though your mom was the one calling out. You were the one he's looking at. He tried to settle down again. Cody's at his side, Uncle Greg gave him a smile, waving greeting. After a moment or two of gin, he jogged over and promptly says hello to you and your mother. Is that awkward since Cody had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you? Then just his unwavering board made the whole thing seem even clumsier. He's definitely shy boy. That's adorable. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. I'm chuckling. I wish a reaction from Mom for it. Tim, please, go easy on him. Kobe Wicks, he wasn't a big fan of affected under normal conditions, so this present moment he was probably wishing he could be invisible. Don't mind her, hon. How are you today? I'm alright. Just got going surfing. Hi, Cody. He relaxed as a little when Mom spoke to him, but your guys all came back as soon as you said something. Hey, Alex. He met your eyes, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. If you want to go to the beach, we can hang out there later. Ooh, cute. You nod with the flush of red in his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. I would have never thought that. I would hope it was because of me. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke it, and he took on some of it that was slightly red to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done alone, right? Can I help?
No.
This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Us can catch up as soon as he's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Kobe heads on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It's really cute. You smiled softly to yourself as you saw that you beat Joy him soon. He's sure to pee or jump after you to beat him there. I wonder why that could be. Damn parents. Ma! Now, who's giving him a hard time? Lying on? Shush, it's different. Mom face broke into a grin. In that way. I'm being supported, and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I'm trying to warm people up, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say you might need it. But you have a point, right? There your eyes at the sheet, they're teasing. And their simple chuckle turned before taking more bags from the truck and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken away and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Kobe at the beach. You had a surfboard in the room that you wanted to take with you. Someone had a surfboard around here somewhere. You weren't sure what you're going to do to a surfer and you didn't know how. Yeah, in reality, I don't know how. You said the same thing to your parents, and why? I laughed a little. I'll give you a smile. You'll just have to go there and see what happens. He must have been so psyched to fight you that he forgot you don't serve. You don't serve. Well, this character might, but I mean, in reality, I've never surfed in my life. I would love to try it. No. But in truth, yes, I do not know how. Toby could give me some pointers. Who knows? Or are you hoping to go to watch him so he can show off? Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hon. I expect Alex soon finish. I was stuck on the shore too. No, said I was doing? Yes, after your very first time. I was not a sudden move. How embarrassing. That's so impressive. Aw, thank you. That's sweet. Hey, what are you still doing here? Go and have fun. You're only young ones. But don't do anything I wouldn't have. What wouldn't you have done? Nah. Okay. After your parents pouch, you hurry to leave the house and head down to the beach. When you arrive to the shore, you were greeted by a crash of waves and the soft hub seal. You look to the ocean air and felt your pale skin warm in the sun. You notice this small setup near a couch, some shuttering, and a bottle of water. It must be Kobe. He found Kobe himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand, edge of the water. His board popped up beside him. You walk up beside him. Hey! I made it. Alexander. He looked up at you and smiled quickly. I was going in my own suit. It's kind of like you weren't coming. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. You were able to make him laugh at that. He cast his eyes towards the wave. I want to surf too, just because I don't have a surf. I said I don't know how. I didn't mean I didn't want to surf. Thanks, Gabe. What am I supposed to do while you surf? Oh. That's pretty embarrassed to have that layout somewhere. I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you, I'm sure. Or if you want, you could use one of my other sports, and I can teach you. Yes! Thank you, Kobe! Rather launch you. Okay, no. I want to try surfing. I'll do it. Let's surf. Thank you, Gabe. Cool. It was settled. Coley left up the shore and then returned with the extra board under his part in no time at all. You paddle out to sea to where the good waves are. The water was cold against your skin.
Nice.
Ah. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks a perfect day. Smile at you. You couldn't help but smile back. You felt today connected. Until Kobe kicked the water, or a little too hard, and it splashed you. Hey!
Sorry.
Did that hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really felt bad that you got caught in the current fire. You laughed, but waited for offering for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back and sprayed him.
Seriously?
Yes. Is that the way you treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. I just thought you're a sample. Cody tried to keep a straight face, but he ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him, letting a shiny drop in his hair. Then here's another lesson. So, oh, you're dead this time. He used his full leg and another arm to hit you in the face. You lost your balance and struggled to keep afterwards. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Kobe won. Okay? Sorry. It's fine. But we should do real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkward and shook water out of his hair. With that, Kobe starts telling you the tips and tricks and how to stay on the surfboard. Damn it! No game! I don't know how to surfboard! I wouldn't know where to surf in the first place, but come on. He demands both good and bad postures and example where you need to put your weight. Like this? Good advice so that you were more centered in the board. Kobe nods. Yep, just like that. Aww. The little lessons could hit, man. Knowing me, it's gonna go slowly, but I'll get it. Because I'm a very active person. I do a lot of sports, so I would get it. It wouldn't click immediately, because a lot of things don't click immediately with it unless I've done it. I haven't skateboard, and I have kind of skateboard, but I'm so scared of falling off that thing without safety gear, or that, I kind of don't go down any ramps because I'm afraid. But yeah, since that, I've never really been on a thing where I had to balance without fear. This one I'd be okay with because it'd take me a while, but I would get it. It's because I wouldn't be so scared of falling. I know how to swim. So I don't have to worry about getting hurt too much as like in the skateboard. So I'd get it slowly. Kobe did his best to guide you through the process, and by the end you felt you had picked up the basics of surfing. Ultimately, he reached out and touched you more directly to help you get the position right. It felt nice. But if you aligned, you noticed his touch at all. He was instantly pulled away. Since you spend so much time working on balance stable water, you wonder when you actually get to catch some waves. You brought it up to Kobe and he nodded. If you think you're ready, go for it. You'll do great. Alright. With that, you grabbed from Kobe's class. The two of you were able to serve together more classes, even if he was still better at it. With the afternoon, the setting sun was further on the horizon. Every time you looked away, it sunk a little lower. The beach was darkened, but soon pleased warm. You knew to get out of the water before it completely darkened the sea. You rode out the last wave back to the beach, then you picked up your surfboard with a quick once-over. Kobe followed behind you to the shore. He put his surfboard with the other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. Clouds were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you just deepened. There was no need for words between you, as you both enjoyed the sight of the moment. Kobe broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Perfect surfing. He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more, until the concrete dried out, and all I heard was random sound and Kobe sighed. Today can't be over. Not yet. It's going destiny. I said the sunshine side person offered. Don't you think it should be longer? Aww! Who is this? Yeah. Instead of strange and offer a doctor. I'm not going home. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. I was still dripping in the salt water, so we weren't sure that afterwards. Hudson was fine with feet, and not much else. It was a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. To be really cute, in the wetsuit wherever you go. Oh, God damn it. Oh, God. I want something to do. Yeah, I want to do something too. Oh, nods with a smile. Then he looks down the shore with a large change sign. There's at least one place that always okay to hang out, no matter what time it is. The park. He nods. Park was during always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. He used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only person was Shad's running it might be Jeremy's kid again. He brought the idea to Cody and cringe, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'll stay out as long as it is. I'm gonna tag along. Okay, let's go. He took a minute to put your stuff in order. He made sure to get it all through. Didn't take much care to shake off the sand. Dealt with your own things. I'm gonna stop everything here. And then Kobe, you rolled his eyes with the best smile at the attitude. As a final touch, Kobe put his glasses off the beach and put them on his face. He looked like himself now. He led it down onto the beach to the park. It wasn't far. It didn't take you long. The sun still hasn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Hook stuck his surfboard right up so he tossed his towel over his stomach. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The breeze on your skin kept you plenty warm. Ed went over to monkey bars. He grabbed them and fell flat on the ground and turned to go across. He was definitely grown in the past few years. You could barely use the monkey bars yourself. There wasn't much space between you and the ground. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cody pulled himself up and threw the set on top of the bar. His legs dragged to the side bars as he pushed on. I'm gonna enjoy him. Without Cody's height, hours getting up there more difficult, but you made it. You climbed to the side of monkey bars and pulled yourself up to the top. You settled yourself into between the two of studs, and the setting metal wasn't the most comfortable thing to sit on, though you enjoyed the height it gave you. Guess what? Smell Brian raised the eyebrow. It's not here. What? Really? I didn't notice, Kobe. Right, it was true. There wasn't a side of Jeremy. Looks like it was going to be the two of you tonight. Ryan hung his head to her eyes wide, then he wiped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was coming here. Jeremy. What's Jerry right now? Oh, my parents don't know anything. I juggled back at your amusement. Look around, no park, the streets, and you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. There were simple, soft grounds. You wondered how Kobe actually felt. How much his jokes they joked, and how much the silence disliked this place. Really had never been his choice. I know you don't think it's dumb. Toby kicked his leg carelessly and smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. Ace. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his general opinion. Of course, I'm here after all. Her flushes started ticking, his legs widened. He was ready in place. It didn't take long for the day finally rolled down. The sun was gone and it was dark. It took a while longer, but it was definitely rolling down. I wish longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out and made him look like a pouty child. Oh wow. He sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars, fell to his feet, into the ground. You climb down the monkey bars yourself. You lower yourself more slowly than Kobe, and barely made a sound with your feet reaching the ground. He grabbed a circle and threw the towel around his neck with his water ball and how he tried. You both began heading up the road. It was quite night, and you didn't run into anyone else. It was in what felt like no time at all. You reached your street. As you walked, Kobe smiled to himself. A self-stretch that you couldn't help. Warren put it there. Kobe, I just remember when we were young. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You couldn't end your car. If you got standing, your parents or have something to say. You got wet, your parents would have something to say. And if you came home at dark, well, your mom and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. This ball could be made show just how much freedom you really had this summer. Toby looked up at the sky, a smile still on his face, and the two of you walked side remained. When you came house, you turned to each other. Thanks for staying out. Remember? It was nice seeing you. So waved, and both of you turned around your relatives' houses. This was a pleasant end to our life, you thought. Early afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but too uncomfortable to do anything inside else. The air curtain was cracked up as far as you could have sight, but it was still playing Leslie. Your moms and your sister were lounging around there, and while the TV blurred on its background, ignored by all of you. You simply were. I'm sitting on the floor. You look out the window of the backyard. Not that there was any perfection in you watch. And it broke the silence with a long groan. You glanced over. She was laying on her back over the couch, and her clothes bland. Oh, that sounds horrible. I'm dying in my house and my legs hurt. Mom looked at the upload from her magazine. She began flipping through and found this. Could I have strained them somehow? My blood brain flopped side heavily side. I don't know, it's just her.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. She got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to her sister. She did like pat on the shoulder simply kind of anything. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pain. You could be taller by next fall. So she didn't look impressed by Mom's deception. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over to you, against both back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Some of us will have a home of her own, maybe with a nice husband and some kids if she felt like it. She said louder and wiped at her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilt your head, even though you knew a relative like that. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She always seemed interested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chase after boys. Mom agreed with you because she shook her head.
Now.
But it's not she's still practically a child. But if you do prefer robots, can you come talk to me about it? Definitely. We're always willing to lend a ear. Stuff. No way, I'm talking to my mom about that. Mom all dropped, and she grasped it as a sign of shock. Her hand came up to rest in her chin. Mom only grows. She didn't look as steady by this quick response at all. It really wouldn't be too bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I could listen anyway. Mom short at her joke. Mom burst into giggles. They were having a little bit too much fun at her expense. Ella certainly wasn't feeling amused because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I heard Mom alone, thanks. She shrugged towards the stairway, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with a razor. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all the romance talk.
Well.
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them train with some surprise. Obviously your mom liked women, but you had no idea that Mom liked guys too. Today was the first time you ever heard her say something like that. Mom, you like guys and girls? Mom turns to Happy. Happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She bows and nods. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Mom smiled and turned all soft and closed, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek slightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand in Mom's. Even when Mom stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lynn. I think most women have charm, but not only can hold a candle to you. Aw, Pamela. Mom beamed and they kissed your mama on the cheek, and she pinched before. I think it's sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your mom disclosed their feelings for you, it's always nice to witness it. Mom looked back at you. It's Mom's hand go with a very sweet. She settled down next to him. Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm always here to listen whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Mom, but it was a surprise. Melor. Mom only giggles and smiles, not looking at least 10 objects. No rush, of course. You can tell. Take all your time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
You don't think that you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now. Here, life nice like that. It's changed and you can learn. Mama nods agreement. The two of you are happy to hear you out. And we may be able to learn better than you think. Still, we don't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Mom the weakest skull look past while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good, that's all we asked for. Unless a nerve ship. It takes no genius to realize its fate. First 11 and now you two. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that time to time. Your parents quickly grew their country about rearing kids. You took that as cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. Then let you go without problem. Made your way up the stairs. Lying outside once you stepped in your room, it was just as sun in there as the living room, probably even a little bit warmer. You couldn't have opened your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let out the AC. But drag your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your curtain turned in the mirror, and you passed by it. You thought back and turned downstairs, grown up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer and you stared into and turned away to suffer to look at yourself. You were definitely growing alright. It was weird thinking how you were compared to what you were when you were younger. When it comes to your body, slender. It shifts to the side you head face towards and continues itself on the viewpoint. At first, you were side male and your chest was always flat. And that was just the way it was for you. I could have been female if I wanted to. And maybe I'll do that next time. A rough form. Feel like your fingers burst through your cheek as you start as the freckles during your features. It was quite done in summertime with all extra sun. You took a step back, finishing and then you looked down with your cocked your head to the side, all things considered. Well, Dreamy is a boy. I mean, it doesn't have to have a chest, so I look fabulous. If this was a girl me, I would have that stupid chest thing. You being pleased with what you saw, even when it's for good measure, before chuckling at yourself. You shook your head roughly, putting together what you even turned into your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in the seat. You stepped over to your bed and collapsed on the mattress. The route turned up and thought. Time passed slowly, and you were annoyed, possibly the idea about what to do, far and far between. You weren't sure how long it's been, but eventually you heard your mom call out from downstairs. Alexander! There's a call for you. Cody wants to come over. Is that alright? You hurried up at the word saying that. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah! You got on your feet and headed downstairs, eagerly ready to see your friend. You need to go downstairs or soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw your mom putting the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Mom, leaning her head against the kitchen corner. Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Oh, trouble. Mom clicked her tongue and cleared disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Kobe never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a little bit thoughtless and impertinent. I know he's very sweet, but that makes it more of a problem. It's strange, or some kid from school was airing Alexander on behaving badly. I think we would both agree that he'd do the right thing in the end. But if Kobe Hunt got into a reckless mood and wanted Alexander to be part of the ride, can we really be certain of what he'll make then?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Chloe helped Kobe settle down. He would have gotten himself in more trouble without him.
Thanks.
You have a point. Thanks, Mom. Your mom laughed as she turned and stood. Her eyes met yours. She blinked her smile and then waved you at your drink. Mom looked over and noticed you at the stairs as well. Well, I didn't expect you to come down already, Alex. And I just wanted to let you know what happened. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Who? You got caught, Pam.
What?
What you were saying things too. I didn't say that I would have told Alexander the decision. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as the thought flushed when you remembered what they were discussing. All right, you got me. I'm sorry for gossiping and saying that your friend, about your friend. It can be bad too.
Let's go.
Let's get out of your way. Thanks, Moms. Mom sighs and mopped her feet, made her way down the hall. Mom followed after her, a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked waiting for Cody. And that was just fine with you. It wasn't being so hot outside. You would have visited his house a long time ago. We took a seat at the kitchen door and settled for the wait. Except there was a knock a few minutes later. When you got up to answer it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came one step and let him pass her, giving him a wave. You greet him as typically did. I would nudge him with a shoulder, or technically I would have poked him. But nudge worked. He reached out and nudged his shoulder, coming right to the side a bit and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. He sighed and wiped at his face a bit. Not the shed of sweat across his brow. He was being glad to be back in air-clean place, even if he had walked past the street to get here. It must be obvious, yes, that you were confused by his visit because he answered your unspoken question. I don't want anything to do. Not when it's like this. Yeah, and Eric hung around. I could do nothing with you. I could have been making. Maybe I planned. I don't think so. I called. Your mom told me you were free. He got you there. So much for teasing him. Have you had lunch yet? I'm just going to do it soon. Shook his head. I haven't felt like eating because the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Great. We can eat lunch together. Oh, nice. Look, you're shrine. Okay, cool. As once you head into the kitchen, you cross your arms as you glance around, wondering what you should come up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warm. Is there something cold? Or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, you considered what you should grab the fridge and couch, or to make a sandwich. With that so, you plan to decide the outside layer first. It was right her choice, since everyone had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grain, coated free bread, and French pie. You can grind one? Sure. Reach out to the mixed grind. And you decide to make... I'm a white bread person. You call it the white bread too, since both items are onto the counter. You had decided many sandwiches would go. Sweet sandwich? Something sweet would be perfect. This is solid meat. Instead of ingredients should be strawberries. Berries. Banana slices and peanut butter. With mushroom fluff sounds good. And then that's all. Ooh, that sounds delicious. A peanut butter, mushroom, marshmallow fluff with strawberries and bananas. Oh, I wonder what kind of peanut butter, crunchy or non-crunchy? I want crunchy. Pretend it's crunchy. You nod to yourself and cry and help satisfied. Both worked out around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you need for your green sandwiches. Focusing then on your own, for the most part. When you were close done, you thought you left over at your neighbor. Bob was putting sandwich together and George stuck his tongue out. Barely. There was an open jar of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as banana peel. Making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich mix on the grind bread. I don't like honey. Oh no. You can eat all of them. It's fine. I won't think much. It wasn't that surprising or interesting. I mean, I think it's okay. I don't like honey myself, so... Concerned, you turn back to your plate and finish your own creation. By the time you were done, Cody had already cleared up his work, and he faced you. Instead of your sandwich food. He found his tug at the tour mouth. You guessed it didn't look incredible at him at least. Done? Yeah, cool. He waits as you quickly return to the greens and clean up a few utensils. Then you two collect the very places. You both agree head upstairs to hang out in your room. Connie entered your room while balancing her food on the plate. Nothing fell, so it was a trip. Chloe sat on the ground, stretching out on the hot phone in an attempt to keep it a bit cooler. Me took a bite of the sandwich, she was probably happy. The sandwich was good, at least that's something. At this point, you sat down and chowed on your own sandwich. You obviously were pleased pro at making sandwiches. Leaned back in his hands and watching the restaurant. His elbow was struggling. You want something? Some? Seemed it was plain of not doing anything. All Roy warned. Sudden laughter was there. Sure. He rolled back and looked up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Hangman, put your plate aside and pull out a marker and scrub the paper. You lay everything on the floor and he started to make room in front of you. And picked up a marker in his right hand while keeping him half the sandwich left. Can I pick a phrase? If you want. Smiled before he bent over the discussion in the figure. Then he stopped, pursing his lips through. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. He watched silently as Chloe looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the his mark tapped to his cheek a third time. You raised your eyebrows, it's just a game. One pick a phrase. But it looks like he didn't actually have anything in mind. Finally, he put empty lines in the paper and sport for a laugh. Alright, you can start guessing. Color paper phrase contained 3 words. First 2, 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought about the first guess. How about tea? You got one. After the first round, you were taking a bite of sandwich and you saw it occurred. Wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on early, but no one was really watching. When we started leaving the living room, I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be downstairs with no one there. So I cried at that. First show, and with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? He shrugged in the middle of the story, trying to remember the show's name. It was some kind of rebel solid drama. Oh, now it's 7. He closed eyes and the book. Again, backwards. Could you give me a, maybe I can guess it. Well, found an old column, going think it hard as could. Around there was a woman with blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes like a detective or something. There was scenes in the police station because you got arrested. You laughed into silence. You both thought. Both chuckled. It wasn't funny. They joined in laughing. I don't know what that is. Me neither. I just saw it. So it doesn't start with a T. Blank, blank, blank. W? Nope. I'll start adding a little person. Another round come and went. Homegrown. Readjusting himself. Twisting grind. Close to sticky. Ugh. I'm gonna stick to the floor forever now. I have to change your I'll have to charge you rent then. To be my guru, if you want. You smile slightly at your distraction. That wouldn't be bad. Couldn't help but smile too. Now the thought about that being roommates with Chloe would be fun. Return to your game. Oh no! What letter? Well, let's try A. Good guess. So that's probably Anne. I spoke up once more. Changing your eye. He was staring down at a piece of paper between you and his precious thought. No, Hangman is kind of game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? It was, they had, instead of, maybe it is what they had instead of real court trials back then. Here raises Trevor Brown. You back laugh very serious. If you got it right, then you were innocent. And they let you go, but if you got it wrong, they kicked you. Oh my god, that's sorry! I love it! You show out your head before wearing outline. That's terrible, not real. You chug yourself and went back to the creepy game. Well, yeah. And that points to me. Oh no, it's not it. By that time, Cody finished his sound. Yours almost gone too. And now we were getting tired. Brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs for some drinks? I don't think so. But I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up to it either. Looked up and your eyes funny. But hey, what happens to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck on the floor? That's true. I mean, we're not actually going. Are we? I only thought about it. Roll your eyes and drop the issue. 7. And go at your own victory. Not and. Yep, that's right. Oh. That's another one. You. That's really close. You had. Nope. Got arm now. Damn it. And add. At. We got a word for it. A, not N. I don't know many 3-letter words that doesn't start with. Oh, you did that one, remember? Okay. No. Not and, not. 3-letter words, it's not and. I don't know one. What starts with you? Are? But yeah. So E. You are. You're going to get it. Oh my god, I got it. You're cute. The phrase that Cody has been so long. You stared at it. A few correct letters and you felt you knew the phrase was still from our place to start. The clear as day on paper. Took words for a moment. Then you look up at Cody. Oh, you told me I wouldn't get it, did you? Oh, that's horrible! Oh god, I'm horrible at this game too. I couldn't think of R. Why couldn't I think of R as our word? God. He had trouble meeting your shock gaps and smiled so awkward on his lips. Next word, he left mumbling.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. Saying you had trouble in his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flash your face's gaze. You know you're cute. Cole smiled a bit more, but you're still feeling awkward about the movie boy turned away from you and his cheeks turned pink. A lull passed between the two of you. Now your perfect time to change note, but you didn't. You didn't either. Things started to feel a bit more personal all of a sudden. Looked in Cole's open eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute, seriously. I very softly at the words, but you remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Finally broke eye contact. I heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Guys or girls or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing shades, not in a big way, not for everyone. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with wait, but he trailed up. He wasn't going to keep talking. Since you were close to hearing what he had to say, shook up the strange situation and tried to support him. Maybe you didn't like anyone, but or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Both seemed to appreciate the thought. If the smile that appreciated on his face left any unknown. But Simon quickly disappeared. He apparently looked at you, looked nervously. And what about you? What type of grateful do you like? And kicking yourself for saying like that. Aww. Grabbing his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Oh, the first one. Eventually, but when it came, you felt toward boys. You felt towards girls. Oh, wait, that's interesting. For people who don't act male or female. We'll go with the second one. You return to your code. It was one picture for yourself. You listened to taking in every word you tried to convey and how you felt. He definitely picked up a bit when you mentioned having some interesting romance relationship. And then he stretched back her head straight. I'm not sure how we'd end up talking about all this when we start just playing Hanground, huh? But I think it's good, I think. I think so too. I chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around and clearly saw for something else to say. So have you learned anything interesting recently? I have. Breathe tightly and then turn around. As you got really close to the accident. Trying to leave sun. You felt relief there, cooled down a bit of resolve. You pulled yourself to the floor and sit comfortably. With that mind confidence, you both stretched your arms, running yawn into your hands. You glanced out the window briefly, taking in some redness, pink, and purple. The afternoon sky. Somehow made it through the search hot in one piece. Cody turned toward you, mostly towards your window, with his chin. I go outside. Might be better out there in here now. Sure. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water and then continued your way. You stepped outside once after the other. Decided to be clear hills behind your house. This time of day it was quite outside. The flowers began blooming in the wind. Clouds trimmed by stars hanging there. You felt the breeze cooling your head, your heat skin, and relaxed your shoulders. Cozy eyes were closed. I love it out here. Yeah. Cody chuckled, not even tempted to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze, he didn't stay far from you. His voice paused soft, and then he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Alexander. You're really important to me, you know. Oh, bless it. You hoped that direction wasn't obvious, but it has been. But it must have been, because it's good. I reached out and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared from the sky darkness, you and Kobe remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Oh, these adorable days. Oh, family. The sun warmed your skin from a place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of heat and pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out the blanket on top of the hill behind your house and began relaxing for a while. Lee had came over earlier in the day, and wide range afternoons had been done from staying home to head down to the beach and picnic on the hills. The choice you both settled on. A small bread laying in front of you, some bottled waters, soft drinks, as well as chips and slices of fruit. Sat up and reached directly for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the music she'd gone to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy things, and it was all live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I'd like to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee, knowing how much she enjoyed singing that performance. And she was good at it too. You got the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. I like singing too, but I wasn't very good at it. That didn't stop you from doing it though. I wondered if maybe we could put on our own show. Think how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come watch it too. It'd totally work. Let's do it. I actually had thought about doing something like that before, but never had a chance to. I've been in drama class, so doing live performance is fun for me. So I get nervous if I'm not on stage for some reason. I am not stage right, I call it. But I don't know if that stuff. It's a phrase I give it when you're scared to sing in front of others if you're not on a stage. Because I could do it on stage perfectly fine, but if I'm not on a stage, I get scared by doing it. Which is why it's called non-stage fright. We're going to make it a thing around the world. Because I can't be the only one like this. That has non-stage fright. Good at performing on stage, but gets nervous doing it if they're not on stage. It just would. I haven't met anyone like that besides me. Then again, I never asked anyone to, so if they were like me, I don't know about it. Comment below. Are you non-stage fright? Are you good at being on stage and performing, but when you're not on stage, you can't perform or and get nervous? Then clap in excitement and bounce on her ball on her feet. Between happy to run with her idea. I'm gonna sing. Do you want to, or do something else? I like pick up the outfits, I'll do the makeup. I'll write the song. Well, she's a good singer, right? I could write the song. Oh, I hope something right. No, how about something fun? Fun is better. How about both? And face light up and she gave you a bored smile. That sounds perfect. Is there something else that comes up to your head? One more thing. I like dancing. Okay, you can pick up an upbeat song. That's way easier for you to move. Is there anything else that comes to your head? Oh. No. You can do all the singing, and I'll do the dancing, okay? This is in front of family and not on the stage. I'm not doing more than dancing. I'm not on stage right. I can't perform it singing in front of them without an actual stage, okay? If you ran back to your house to get supplies you need, asking your mom music questions before heading back outside like it getting started. Then you lay down blanket with her MP3 about her while she swayed her song. She says a couple of different tracks, which was fast-paced enough for you to put some moves together. And you decide and detail. Selling on a song first and then practicing parts for the show. Afternoon passed quickly and the sun dropped lower and lower in the sky. After having problems working out, you showed what was going on and you decided to take a break. Oh, I know. You should fight Kobe to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put it on the real thing. Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh. Oh. Oh, no! I'm so glad I'm not... thank God I picked I'm not singing. Oh, my God. Yeah. It might be nice for Kobe to be there, but you felt weird when thinking about him watching the show. You could ask him to watch us another time. Maybe. Too bad Chuck isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I know you thought so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship between you and Chloe? Is it good? Oh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But, like, really, are you going to tell him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? Oh, oh. know if he knows. And I'm the kind of person that couldn't do it. No way, I'm not telling. Why not? He has a crush. You know he has a crush on you too. It's obvious. I can't do it. Aw, Alexander. You don't want to consider this at all. You kept your mouth shut. The two of you talk a little bit more about Chloe along other topics, and you found that it's nice to have something to speak with about these sort of things. I couldn't do it. Oh, me and Chloe are doomed. With reality, because it seems right now he's still a shy boy like I am. And oh my God, we're doomed from the start. We're doomed. Unless Kobe gets his shy part away, we're doomed to never ask each other out. Because we're both too shy to ask. Oh God, we're doomed from the start. Damn it. Finally, both decide to pack everything up and head home for the evening. You talked deciding about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you already planned for. Definitely do a little more practice, but what you had so far as for progress. Upon walking through the front door, you thought you were met by your mom and Elizabeth hovering around in the living room. His hands in the air, the three of them turn you to a thin brown light. That interruption. What's that for sure? What's going on? I'll look at it here, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. And eventually Mom clears her throat and spoke. We're just having a talk with your sister. The room felt quiet, but not quite everyone knew what to say. It felt crazy and awful, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because the two of them are here. There's no reason to try to keep it secret. It doesn't matter. Her arms floated gently over her chest, but your mom's not in agreement. I'm obsessing about her parents. Her biological ones. This world spun around you as it is. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at me, she shifted her feet uncomfortable, as she thought she didn't know if there would be there or not. You didn't know either. Mom had always been open and honest. The fact neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't fully explained than before. It made sense that didn't know a lot about her biological parents. Wanted to know more. Just haven't even thought about your actual son until now. Looked at your parents' perspective. She wasn't going to let them unlearn and tell things. We don't want to keep them from you either, of you. It's your right to know your past, but we don't want to wait until you. But we wanted to wait for you until you asked to hear it yourself. Well, it happened now, so I'm shit. Your mom's sharing their regret, and Mom quickly takes a look. I thought you were pregnant when you were just a baby. She dropped her arms, her eyes shone upward. Wait, I wasn't born yet? No, you weren't. You clearly see that your sister was caused by this everything. Found more to do with how you react. Am I going to have to pass some tests to be a citizen? No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of those things. You're already citizens. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bring your child to the U.S. But could be held against you. And besides, please them for it, but still far from happy. What are my parents? As people. Why put me as adopted in the first place? Mom softened her hands and then tried to learn something smart before she gave the answer. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Your parents were reported to have died. It didn't go into details on the specific how, but you were already orphaned. I wish we had better news for you, husband. This was torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands down. I of rage. Great, so I'm never going to meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could anyway, since they live in our part of the world, when they were still alive. They turned her back on you, and your mom stormed off, flying upstairs before anyone could stop her. I'll go talk to her. Mom and me started to follow her, but Mom, then her hand shook her head. You should give her a little space to process all of it. Mom had slow, but she stopped walking. Now God, the two of them seemed to remember you and live still, standing awkward off to the side. Sorry you had to see this. Oh, it's not how I expected it would have happened when it came time. But since it saw Alex, is there anything you like that? You deserve to know more after all. I pat your back, giving you the support you need to look. See, I was actually adopted as well. But I was adopted by my grandmother, so I was adopted by another person actually in the family. And obviously I call her mom. And my birth father would live with us too, so my mom, to me, was his birth mother. So, and I learned this as a child. But I was okay with it because a lot of times I would just not even think about it because I didn't came to the conclusion way later in life that I actually wanted to meet my birth mother. Or I didn't want to meet her as a kid or a teenager, but I knew about her. Or I didn't even think about her, to tell the truth. Most of the time, unless you asked me, I would just call mom and never think about it. Unless I had to explain myself, though I was horrible explaining myself as a kid. I don't know how I would react. We want to know the answer. Your parents both nod and said your reply ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. Thanks. She smiled, understanding before heading down the hall, going to wait in their room until it was over. Turn your face to your parents. Prepare yourself for what they were going to tell you. Mom was the first one to speak, and her voice covered with emotions. Oh my God, I get emotional because I was adopted, but I saw my. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after we used a different or that time. You were adopted with the U.S. Sorry to tell you, Alex. Your parent also passed away. And no other family took you, but no other family member took you in if they were alright. So we wanted to wait until you asked. You didn't want to suddenly drop this in your lap. You wanted to be prepared. Sorry, Alexander. You tried to light him move, but your mouth didn't seem any less grim. Thanks for listening, Alexander. Is there anything else you want to know? All you have to do is ask. Do the best test and answer any of your questions. How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Oh God, I need a headache. hold back my tears, but you weren't fine at all. Because I would want, but to tell the truth, I would tell them I was fine. I would say, straight up say I was fine, knowing that's not true. And then I'd go in my room to cry. That's how I am. I won't cry in front of others. Right now, even though no one's here, they're there. The game, there's people here. So I don't want to cry. Even though I know they're not real. And even though I know you guys can't see me. My instinct to not cry in front of others has kicked in. Even though I'm alone. So I ended up holding back tears. I want to cry so badly too. And because of that, I'm getting a headache. Because I'm upset now. Oh, I hate the feeling too. Oh, Alexander, you're better than I am. I wouldn't have been able to say it was okay. So anytime I was sad, I'd always say it was fine. If I was in trouble, I'd hold back tears and just say okay. Because I refused to cry in front of others. I must be the happy-go-lucky person to make other people happy. I'm sorry, Alexander. Mom's looked at just as sad as you felt. Once seemed to have been worse after that. I'm gonna see Kobe. More than anything. The moment you want to see Kobe, no one could be there. Oh my God, I'm gonna actually cry. Oh God, stop it. Stop the tears. You can't breathe with tears in your eyes. You can't. No one could be there the way he could. I gotta go out just for a little bit. I'll be back before it's late. Mom's not in there, so I should make the best call for yourself. Can you tell me I'm going out on my own for a while?
Sure
thing.
Sure thing. The whole time you need. We'll keep her company. Thanks. Oh my God, I'm gonna actually cry. I should cry. But I'm getting a headache and tears are coming up. And I hate the headaches. I hate the headaches. Medicine. I'm gonna have to actually take pain medicine. Because I'm getting a headache from this. From myself. And I don't like it. I never like headaches. Oh God. And if I don't take pain medicine, the headache will stay longer than I like it. Even though I know. Because even if I cheer up, the headache will stay a little bit longer. And I don't like that. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm fine. I'm fine. After Raisa had knocked the door, it only took a few moments for my son bringing up sparks up. Cliff's face fell suddenly. You could tell something was wrong, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked back towards the hall, where he and Kobe's room was located. Kobe, Alexander is here. After calling for his son, turn back. You and your thumbs up. Won't be long. I promise it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Kobe head towards the green hair. For you, Alexander? He pushed past his dad and stared with you outside watching from her emotional face. Be safe. If you need anything, know where to find me. Oh my god. Give your kind smile before softly shutting the door. Can use some personnel. Cody stepped closer and spoke cautiously.
What's wrong?
Well, just a concern. For concern of yours. On here, you tell me. My mom and dad got birth to me, and then Alvin or Covert John pulled you into the tech room to work around you. I'm sorry out there. The force of Russia covering into your shoulder. Start crying. Press your face into the curtain, unable to stop your tears. Hold that held on to you tight. Talk somewhere else. Falling uncomfortable, hung around the entrance of Kobe's house. That didn't feel to be a problem though. Yeah. Hope took you by arm and carried you along behind him. Fall without protest. Head towards the hills where Lee has been the mayor for a day. Seems so different. Only a couple hours. The Roy House had changed so drastically. Sitting grass beside Kobe, his legs and rests his arms, and before he turns to you again. Can you explain everything to me? Yeah. Not softly, and have a break and after in the story. I've sat there quiet and listening at not every now and then. We're taking a sharp inhale. It took time for you to read the details. Dozens of stairs were made and nights worked on. Silence between you and Kobe, and for a moment, then everything had said. He felt. When he finally spoke, a voice calm drifted through the night. Alexander,
I'm so sorry.
about what happened you heard. So sorry. Sonny stopped and took a deep breath, shaking breath. He got because he was struggling with what he had right to say. Said never gets me to know them. I never found out what they were doing, or what they had like. I suppose it's just all gone. Like I said, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you being sad is you want as long as you need, or you can feel about it whenever you want to. Right, he said. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading now. Through his hair as he looked out the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say, how you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be this struggle. Thanks, for making you feel that bad. You knew it was true. Didn't have to apologize or make excuses what you felt about it at all. It's not how you feel alone. You can tell who's trying to be comfortable. And your mom says that please don't. It doesn't matter. You're not blood related. You're definitely fat. I can see that. And I hope you can feel. And raised his eyes. Still up the hill, a little longer, looking out over the ocean and stars, right over them. All after thinking about the situation with someone who wasn't a part of it, and you start seeing things a little differently. All love, you guys were the first word. You knew you could count on him if you needed it. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. Her standing a little away. She walked closer and you don't know what to do. or what she was writing on.
So,
Would you mind going? I need to talk to Alex and you can come back. It's not going to be forever. It seemed compartment. Concerning Stephen, leaving now wasn't a constant thrill for him. If she wants to talk to you in private, it's obviously about something important. You wait until the two of you were alone before fixing her and said, close your eyes, let's over. Did Mom tell you about your friends too? Broke eye contact after that.
sorry.
What did you want to talk to me about? She raised an eye question as she thought the answer would be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought up, but I mean you deal with whatever you had left when I was gone. Besides, by some Mom said once more. I wanted to ask what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. Thanks for being concerned with me. She stuck her nose up there, but she saw us softly. All of this happened and upset me. She looked back and spoke. I'm sorry, I'm afraid. Not talking. Yeah. You were born in the U.S. to become president? What? You haven't heard of her before. You know she's brain confirmed. I get it. I know we're going to be president. But it feels weird having stuff taken away. Or getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know when I was born. I was going to have a big different life. So definitely, I can't even think about what I look like in my head. I could have spoken her like live away from everything I had see the air. For someone else to be as myself. And then my parents died. And I was adopted. And then life got brand new forever. I can't go back what it was even if I wanted to. I'm deciding between you and the person we have your system. I'm not sure. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one from as long as you could remember, but you couldn't have been a life. I watched you seriously. She was trying to make sense of you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing comes up to make me ask that question. It was just something I had in my head for a while. And it was just me and Mom in the living room. Kind of said it and finally, and there you go. This is once we do our rocks with it. Spoke judgment. Learning about them, what happened, doesn't chase how I feel, our family hawks there. Starting to fix with sharp eyes. I figured a long time ago that Moms were our biological parents, and that wasn't news. Technically, one of them completed the degree like two. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white, or then Hawaiian. So no, neither of one of them could have been my mom.
Nice try.
Smart fact. Nothing about the family I was first born in would make me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had Huck, you would be free of your big sister status. Don't think you're so lucky. From her, sure gets your playboy and her lips set a course.
You'll always be my little brother.
Ah. Oh, she seemed pleased with the conversation that's gone in the end. Ready to go home? It's been a long day. Give her a nod.
Come on.
You two, let's go. Walk to there and turn. The well-forward street, firm and nice. We step through the door, you saw your mom's quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Red snapped and glad to meet. Gave you a caramel smile. Glad to see you. Everything's alright. Nice robe, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Mom came over and wrapped her arms around you, and Elizabeth gave you a tight hug. It doesn't take long for your mom to join in, putting her arms around both of you. We really wouldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you more than you could ever. I love you too. That's a nice moment you enjoyed for as long as you could. They both pulled back and stayed right at the two of you, and you knew that you liked each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lynn came up towards you and saw something on her face. Are you okay, Elizabeth? I rolled her eyes and held her breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her falling side. I'm doing fine. And I thought you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well, now since we're all here, how about something there as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We'll all have some fun before the night's over.
Totally!
I love the sound of that. Okay. I look a little back like over being included as part of the fun, but he tried not to pay attention to it. Why not? Aww. You seem smiled there, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood, since she hadn't even teased Kobe for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who really important to you. But that is a suggestion. It would be something we'd better do here in the house with everyone in the same room. Sort of remember the show you and Lee been working on earlier. Maybe we could do our show. A show. That's the first time we're hearing of this. I'm interested. That would be amazing to put on for us to watch. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to see what you cooked up. That'd be cool. Scarlet Lee, who turned and gestured, bounced on the hills beside the building. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Their mom collected some chairs around the dinner table and set them in a row of living room for enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly got our splash and deep and referred to class last time. Went through the song you had written on. Took a moment to circle through the dance moves you had planned. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was saying either on yourself while waiting. They were piled down, and you and Lee stood in front of them. With shifts in, Lee burst couldn't decide between you. I'm gonna feel nervous. No matter how small the audience was, there was still eyes on you. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only come up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds. Laugh through the many then you nod at least, right? Yes, no refunds. In this free show. So you came, no refunds at all. Took a brief and wisely beats, took the song and started singing. And as moves you performed with perfect timing to the song. It made you hum to the lyrics and your written song like this. With firm heart, Lynn took her hand, the two of you bowed together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered on his heart. With Sergey stuff, you were happy that Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo! You're so talented. Your friend rose from the scene, coming more to him, to bring ear to ear. Chloe was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Liz with a smile on her face. Nice job. Thank you. You're a really great dancer, Alex, and it was cool. I was pretty good, huh? And you're humble, too. You're off together, feeling light as a feather. Hey, were you the one who wrote the song? Yeah, that was me. I smiled because it his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. Couldn't help but think about it, that he could recognize your talent so easily. He ran gush about how great everything was, and thank you for sharing it with them. Her was kind in her own way, although she did strive to shoot, which she meant of kind to kind. Laughed it off, however. We were just happy that everyone had a nice time. The moment you could feel being pleased, part of them you had. Ah, that's adorable. Let's go to a road trip and then we'll have dinner. Even though you were awake, the sun barely poked its head above the horizon. The sky was alone in the dark, through lightning by the minute. Unusual you weren't being up so early. It's like the dirty summer break, but today was different. Today's the blazing days you were used to. Everything around you was a fluffy attitude, as both families and both your family and Cody prepared for what was laid ahead. Both parked in the street just ahead of your house was a RV camper. God, you guys are lazy. That is not camping. Camping is not an RV. Words by Rosa Parks specifically. So big you couldn't even see Kofi's house behind it. His parent had rented the RV a few days back to take him a short road trip to see Redwood Park. You guys at Kofi who was started by taking a seat in front of him. The proper trip mixed bag for him. But it was only 3 days, so he was dealing with the best he could. Even now, you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it happened. Knew your parents and Cody spoke to each other, and somehow along the way parts were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Your parents all thought it'd be a fantastic idea. You had already got a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a big car, saying things made people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddos. Mom burst out with a pullus in one hand and a large ball under the other. Jumping in early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be the other side of work. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet at every step. I'm going to need the whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You yawn and rub your eyes, still sleeping from early morning, waking up call. The air outside was damp and then helped make you a bit more alert. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip on, trying off things, adding some kind of level door so everyone knew going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in my bed tonight. Alexander is the youngest, and I never fall asleep in on both. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the oldest card, you should be offering to take both nights, supported four big siblings who make sacrifice for their younger ones. Elizabeth got happy with that answer, and decided to fold her arms, leaning back aside the tree. The trick plan had nailed down time, sleeping ready to explode. Ella was still holding her injection with them. There was the main area of our dream with the couch loaf and some floor space at the end of the car, and there was a room with a large bed. The moms were sharing the bed, and Chloe was on the couch, and her father and son Chloe slept on the floor. For adults to drag you and us would switch between the small loaf about the driver's seat and share the bed with Mom. That sounds very sweet for movie on the floor. After all, it was supposed to be a trip for him and his family before ending up coming along, too. Now he's been kicked out of every bed like space and put on the floor. There had to be a better way to organize this thing, so it's better for him. When I could share the loaf when I'm up there, I don't mind making them for him. You took a glance at that code, but noticed that he wouldn't meet your eyes in return. Be able to say anything you were about to say either.
No.
The loaf is too tight for too many people, even if people are teens. And the last thing we need is you rolling off the cliff free. Who will take over his drivership? The three other pairs laughed all along the show. You find Coach's eyes, and he gave me a tiny smile before shrugging. If they saw you attempt to proceed. Alright, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now, it's the time to double check you don't forget anything important. At that, we're Olivia and dashed to the house. Her red hair bounced behind her as she went. Mom came over and gave me a smile and handed her her hand. What about you, Alexander? Do you have all your clothes packed? Including deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? Oh yeah. Going up the stairs to the bedroom, you have your brush from the back sink and back down. You were glad you managed to grab it after leaving out to your morning. It would have been embarrassing if you couldn't brush your teeth for the next few days. Mom was still there waiting for you to shred out then. Got everything now? Yeah. With a few minutes you left spare before, I was hoping I'd get to pick what I grabbed. Before you leaving your mattress, went over to pack them clothes, a pillow, a blanket, and usually a green gear for most parts. Almost more question stuff such as probably game console. Paragraph night park would take an extra day long way. Make sure to entertain yourself while friends back there. A stuffed animal. Without failing, it always made you feel comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a piece of home away with you. Well, a camera's good. It's just a little pocket camera you got from your mom, but you couldn't miss it off and take some loose snaps. And lastly, pencil and paper. You had to pair in case you saw something in the sketch at the park, or if you wrote something down Or if you need pastime doing. I don't listen to music. I don't wear makeup. I don't really read too much. And I don't know what I would do with a ball anyway. That was everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Alexander. I'll show it in the RV. There's a few spots left that you let them take your bag and get on the garage for club. Without nothing left, with nothing left to do, you watched our guide ride trip. Henry and Cliff seemed to mostly injured of anyone. They were busy packing their suitcases away while your mom's gone to lock up their house. They high-fived whatever one got coming into stores carrying Fagel. Even though your parents were like Keith and Kobe, you could tell they both eyed for the trip. It being a while since your family had away ever together. Let's skip towards the RV and a bag slowed over shore, and you were surprised to see more on about her whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit of her room unless it was the TV or food, or to leave her friends. She wouldn't thought the 3 whole days patches ARV with 6 hours would be too much for her. But it was a nice surprise. Surprised by a friend, better than no vacation in her mind. Chloe had been pretty calm so far, and more than anything, she seemed overwhelmed by the situation. You never stayed overnight in one before, and you wanted to know what it'd be like. Soon, Mr. and Cass had all been arrived up. Our room piled in RV. It was a fun time trip to start. And as it did, Tom took the first shift drive. Tom narrowed the car out of narrow and narrow street. It was tough and go first place of dirt. Mom and Ken were all hunched in front, trying to get a view of how much space they had to each other. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go one stretch of highway for a mile. The mom group cleared out of the drive area, leaving Tom's dad to take care of the company scene around the main cabin. It felt like it could relax now too. Time slipped by before we fade away. Before we realized the end of the RV came stop, but only hailed for a moment. As Cliff climbed out the car seat and Bob took over. Bob was saying shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial how to control it, as his first time driving anything this large. Cliff rose as he heads towards the rest of you. He stretched his arm above his head, loosened his up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you on the less sleep than usual. Just waved a hand and grinned as he slipped into place. I don't need sleep. I still got a few miles in my old truck. Took his arm, showing off the puzzle to drive and pointing. However, then he was at home. Everyone rolled her eyes in judgment. Dad, everyone has to sleep. Toby groaned as the tough guy act. Phil Cliff simmed chuckling and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Hunt? I want to know so I can be prepared. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelt up here. was called down from where she was flying loose around the giant's head. Laying on her back, her hair followed to the side, waving around the auntie. Started up and took off to the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on the stone as she tossed a couple in her mouth. Cliff had held a hand to his chest, pretending to offer by the remark, and then lighthearted. Lucky for all of us, he had not forgot to cover the ships today. He won't be driving till tomorrow. Yes! Not you too. The rest group laughed, wiped the palate, and you gave him a apologetic shrug. Mom did shout back in her seat to join her as she played with Tyler. What I'm more worried about is the monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. Luke says it's built in the early 80s. It must be older than some Compla. Just Uncle Betty, it's not that old, I think. Did you ask the year of the model before renting it? Karen wiggled her nose at the top. Yeah, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Rick chuckled at her while the rest let out a turn side. The RV launched a little pun speed up and held on to the ladder to really to keep balance. Felt some guy on top right before setting on your golden hair, while you kept your chin up carefully. You head ruffle on your chips. Really lip had rest in your hair. Then opened to share her stack bag. First up and took some chips after the weight of the pack left your step. Months as time continued, you got closer and closer to the destination. Days flew by with a group of shadows playing games and passing the time before arriving at the park that to sail for the night. Rob was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to others. She made her way to the back room. You had all the dinner together while driving, and some hours had arrived. The passenger found a spot and parked the rest of the stay. Passing at 7 Friday morning, you noticed almost everyone there had already dozed off. The cold had a glaze falling asleep, rolled up in the passenger seat. It must done so while Karen was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. And herself was the only one there who was still awake, flopping through a magazine next to night Karen's couch. It seemed Miss Tom needed sleep then was tamers. You followed her mom back to the room and closed the door behind, crawling onto the bed between them. It's a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for 3 of you together without much squishing. Night, made a good night rest out. Got a big head start tomorrow. I'm looking forward for a bunch of walking and more. It's been a long time since a nature like this. There will be plenty us to see. Stay awake for a little bit while your mom whispered about the park before it's January, which the sound of their voices in back room faintly nod off to sleep. Next morning you woke up bright and early. Her further ahead of you. I slept well. You fell asleep before you knew it. You woke up rested. I whined a bit about bits of the mattress, but Mom had assured her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had trouble finding a space of their own, as their others were doing the same thing. Billy was put on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs 3 times someone to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, triple-checking that you had everything. To to the point where you stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you were be returning RV all that day, but by look in the bag you were packing up, although you doubt anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you were all exited the RV and bursted and headed into Redwood Nature Park. Charlie had his head tilted up towards the kind of forest, size wide as he took the ride truck on either side. You knew that the redwood tires were then the tails of Earth, but you weren't prepared for something large in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two. Then, just in time for Ted to snap a pic of you and Cody together before she points the camera at Cliff, trying to give a shot to his weak friend. She enjoyed the moment. Parents were walking behind the group. Hello. Why Mom tells Ma some information she had read about the park of sure. Unless it happened, why looking around, talking sights every now and then, asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smile at them, thinking your mom must had read a lot of papers to know so much about the park. You should come and work here as a tour guide. You know so much of this place. Others teased, earning a squeeze one of the nose from Mom. She seemed to enjoy herself, but you thought that might be because she was on by everyone else's reaction. I'm in a good mood. The air was fresh and clean. It was nice outdoors by the air with the people you love most. You were certain that it was only the beginning of what would be a great day. A adult had sights of classing natural work rather than a serious husband. So you stroll at your own pace, taking in the scenery. It was sped up a little bit, smirking at Chloe as she fell into place. Between the two of you, immediately could tell her special was going to say something about. I couldn't believe our families are actually on vacation together. Threw her arms out and started hanging on them. I would be joking about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure. I want to give them any more ideas. Probably ignored completely and walking ahead. Just watch. Next year, they'll be taking out their next new amazing idea. Put on fake voice deep in her own voice. We'll just sell both of our houses and move together. Think how much we'll save on mortgage. It was clear that Liv was being sarcastic. Cole simply shook his head. That rode by her. He was used to it at this point. But surely, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Look at you and Chloe look, and her eyes glowing as she leaves.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll all be related legally anyway. Oh God! Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! You're not supposed to tell him! He's not supposed to know we're crushing on him, even though he clearly knows. He's supposed to figure it out on his own! Stop it! Stop it, Elizabeth! She said it as thought as a ghostly old lady, but she almost immediately dropped her tone, not said as her real thoughts. At least that's what Mom thinks. Kobe still blushing, which made Elizabeth smile again as she thought that her whole purpose was to tease him. Then Mom replied, refusing to make contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny. There's no one else does. Oh God. Oh God, I can't. I can't. I can't. No. Save. Because I, on that has to be my safe slot forever. Sorry, I can't say it. Oh, no, he has to ask me out. No, I'm not doing it. Last time I asked the guy out, it only works badly. We're cut it out already. I don't need to ruin the day with that. Oh, I thought you'd be happy with something I did, and Kobe said, No, stop it. I don't think he's making plans about marrying one right now. That would make it so crazy, saying the signat's on foot. And I wasn't sure about that. I tried to write harder, but pretend to ignore what she was saying. God. He hasn't asked me out. Oh God, we're both horrible. The day continued with the positive discussion. You passed a few different times that you were like to try if you had time, such as to climb the rocky climb. Someone said that would have been waiting for the trip. There was a little system during the walk that you decided to set out and up on to the side. Fruit sandwich and chips. Some birds flew by overhead and made a game out of it, guessing what species they were heading out of the tree near. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfish that grabbed half the club's shellfish. That was nice. The steps was something that only I remember for a long time. Come. Smile continued signing on the memory. The rope made it back to camp. Oh, just as the sun sank. The stars appeared just one by one. I was joining parts alone. You traced stories of what you thought while you were eating together dinner. Then after you pitched and helped clean up, you, along with Liz and Chloe, go ahead RV early and spend some time together, while your parents stay out a little longer. It was nice to have space all to yourself. I'll camp journey there. While Liz locked herself in the back of the room with her headphones, you and Chloe were left in the main large area. I guess we'll have to figure out something to do. Took a seat in sofa of why Kobe sat on their edge, tapping his finger against his knee. Your cheeks warming at a low at that. Butterflies and stuff out in the book tonight. You see Kobe there every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in his jacket still somewhat unusual in South Carolina. You just could get anyway with that. It was just different from his normal style, yet you couldn't notice that he was looking. It made you feel incredibly awkward to think such things. Why did you have to be like this? When Toby cleared his throat, you eyes tapped to it. You hadn't ever realized you caught you staring at me. Is everything okay? You looked at his bathroom. Coming me blushed at the unexpected compliment. He didn't say anything in return. You thought you should express it. No, I hardly ever see you wear a jacket, especially in summer. Oh yeah, I like wearing a few layers if possible. It's easy that way. I'd rather be cold than hot, extra hot. And it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. Mare's made me break this jacket. Come on, Mouse. I might need a way. I just dressed up the tuning underwear, or how I felt at the time. I smiled lightly, and you nodded. I noticed. Oh! Perked up hearing that, and he noticed you too. So, what type of stuff do you think looks good on someone else, not for yourself? I totally eyes wide at the question. His reply seemed to slip out. He had changed to proper think about it. Nothing. Payne still did, however. I don't mean it like that. That you know. I know. After that, with what you do means then. If there isn't anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone, coming about under his breath and couldn't question for he had a difficult time changing the subject. I swear I won't make fun of you. That's not really it. I seemed pretty calm about your statement, but he wasn't ready to give up. But you weren't ready to give up so easily, please? I sighed and looked down at the lap where he was figuring what his hands would give the answer.
I don't know.
He uttered a sound over how this was going. Sure. Fine, I guess. I like ankle braces. Ankle braces? Yeah. Everyone can wear a bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flattering about ankle bracelets.
I mean,
It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Troy blushed his knees against his cheeks. Seemed unsure where to go here. So you think you're sexy?
what?
But no, I can't believe you even used that word in the description. My head absolutely stunned by your statement and could only laugh. When he said nothing else, you won't gather your thoughts. You had a couple of different ones at home. With the new knowledge, you might slip them on in a daily outfit in the future. He looked away, feeling awkward about this. He kept him understanding look, and unusually he would start to smile like an earlier, but not this time. His expression only shook him more. It was surprised to see him like this. He was always bouncing back pretty quickly after the correct expression. Probably. Still, he hasn't looked at you. Now, even his breathing was growing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up to say something hard for him. He went in silence. Until finally you picked up your way through the corner. Your eyes were finally crouched at the point where everything was going to
Nice.
People have blue eyes are also something I like. For a moment we were stunned, and I had a couple of lost for it. That wasn't exactly not where you imagined things was going. You covered your face on your head, his face full of me. You got the 50. He hadn't chose just because he liked the color blue. He chose beige attire because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think. Your legs felt jealous. You wondered if you'd fall off the couch right now. But you like in another person Alexander. I like everything about you. Oh, Oh, went silent. His eyes were wide and surprised. It was different, a lot from him to hear. But it wasn't, but you couldn't help yourself. It was true, you adored him. And now you both flirting with each other. He placed his hand on his lap and looked down. Seeing his expression getting farther, he didn't know where to go from there. That top was going to drop and offered no more to say on it. The rents arrived soon. Each of them climbed on another, find some place to sit and rest their legs. They had heard the conversation, came out from the room. First time I arrived and joined y'all. Spending chatting with games, enjoying the family trip together. Oh fuck, I forgot Ellis was there. You just know we flirted. Oh no! You're really it, Ella. Bedtime arrived with blanket, wink of eye. A group of us was down for the night. Your mom did a final round to make sure it had been left behind. She trusted the cliff was going to start trying early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be need for all of them getting up. Now was time to check you didn't leave anything up. You as well as everyone else were well packed up inside the RV, which means it was time to rest the journey and head home. The moms and Liz said goodnight and head back to the room while you climbed to the low. Early in the sun, got a sitting bed and Raven. Try to get a lot of real thoughts run through your head. It was hard to believe that the trip was back home and began to do you'd be back home in your bed at home. I enjoyed the trip. I mean, we flirted with COVID and everything. It was short and that was fun. But you see, there's much during your time here. Oh, in time. Those nights break away from home. The minutes tracked by side. It didn't take for long for soft shore, for Cliff and the strip door, and they were now asleep. You wondered if Kobe was still awake, and you decided to poke a head out from low and bleak through the dark. Look down, hall, and no sun, and on the back, his eyes stared up at your son. Seafoam hair was right out of sleeping bag. He must felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked onto yours. It was different to see much in dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face as well. Now, you're back at him. Cohen shrugged his head, watched the slow smile, or at least you thought he did. Do it! Pick first one! Why am I pumping myself up? Oh my god, because I'm nervous! My nerves! My nerves! Why? Just do it. I looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. sleep bag ruffled as he moved, though he tried to go slowly and froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound. Watch this apparent anxiety motion. Eventually managed to make over around his sleeping dad and made it to the ladder. He sat on the bottom ring and looked at him and whispered, "What?" Aww. We really shouldn't be. I want to find him and sleep with me, but that's a horrible idea. Nerve spot, I have to say. How are you doing? Oh, shook his head in difference, but you can see his head and smile. Hey, Alexander. Turned around and clicked back onto his floor. Lay ruffled onto the back, and you looked up and set in. Oh, and your heartbeat came to the dark. At some point, get heavy, and you then drift off to sleep. I would have fighting, but how much trouble we would have got, and if these actually slept up there with me. When you woke up the next morning, it was a room of the RV as strong the long journey home. Still blanketed asleep, you peeked over the edge of the loaf and gasped at what was happening. Chloe was sitting with his mom on the couch, the two of them talking quietly. You must have known she moved around up there. She could totally she blue eyes snapped to yours, giving his mom. Good morning, Alexander. Good morning, Kobe. When your mom and Ella gaze from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spend most of the day hanging out together in RV, snoring the last few hours of vacation. Chloe's just Kay suggests a few different travel games she used to play with Kobe while he was young, and you all great time company with each other. While the RP pulled onto the street, it was well night, and you were looking forward to crawling in your own bed for the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same way because it finally agreed to unpack and clean the RV, wait until morning. Until you went straight up to your room and dropped on your bed and shoes and all. The two of you had basically lived together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew it wasn't going to be the last two of you would spend time there. And that thought comforted you. With that last few thoughts drift through your minds, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Today are like going to be normal. I'm just making sure that recording still is going. I know the stream's going, but sometimes the recording stops. Sunlight shores through the window as you sat in your living room. Your home phone past your ear. Code was on the other end. It was sure to be a long order day like any other, until Code had called unexpected. Sound unusual nervous to greet you. You listen as he talked to you, his words still. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? Oh my God! Good friend girl. The question came out straight, almost like he recited it a few times beforehand. His eyes wide and low. You were expecting any reason behind this call. Yeah, I'll go. It was, huh? Oh. Seemed Code still had more to say, but he was oops. Cool, wow. Some of it came guy who thought. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. took him home thinking dinner at home would be quite unfit today. It really wanted to. Could go to Kobe's instead. Let's pick up again. Bring the thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there, too. Can you come over, I mean? Yeah, I'll come. Thanks, Alexander. I'll let them know when I can. You sound relieved by your thought. Was she coming over for dinner that serious? Spoke to you for a while longer to explain what time to come over and details, and hung up. And that was that for now, anyway. Soon enough the sun dipped and the sky became. It was almost time for you to head over to Coach's house. After letting Alexa know you were leaving, she didn't look away from thee. She only grabbed you made a small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door of their condo. As you wait for the man, you found yourself being a guest of both Kobe's parents were there. You wonder why they decided to fight you out, but maybe you find out later tonight. You didn't get much time with your thoughts, though. The door opens soon and Kobe's mom, Carl, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hey, Alexander. Welcome, please come in. She opened the door and moved to make room. You step inside, allowing her to shut the door behind you. Thanks for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. It's alright. Thanks for fighting me. Of course. Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Alexander. Welcome to our humbly held board. Jerk your head towards the sound of Mr. Hung. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back towards some large food in your hand. Hope you're hungry because I whipped a lot of tasty stuff. True to his words, you heard something buzzing on the oven. You close your eyes and inhale. You smell spices and sauces. With Mr. Hart busy and Kobe nowhere to be seen. It's just you and Kate. She gave you a warm smile. Sure it is. Why, I've been burning out the cooking the higher time I stayed here. Can you believe him? She nods to the elbow. Mr. Goodnight. Then he spoke for Mr. On your vacation card. You need to accept that already. She yelled back and then on her face and back to him. People still will cook when they're on vacation. Everyone gotta eat. It's not like some Sarah who could go out for a meal or hire a private chef. Well, it's this house, you're a VIP. She couldn't smile as she shook her head crying. She turned to face you once more. Sorry about that, Alexander. Here I was trying to stick up conversation with you. The cliff just bursted in. I didn't butt in. She eyes him chuckling briefly. He wasn't expecting you having her point with that. Then leaned over and whispered to you. It's okay, he likes being included. But since Clifford, instead of cooking all his by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question could say her hush too. Just be safe. So how are you doing? Things are okay. To her credit, Ted wasn't phased by the lack of response. Let's see if you turn that okay to great by tonight, She opened her mouth to say something more, but lightly caught your attention. You checked to see Clover heard in the hallway moments later. You might have heard all the conversation left the room to see what was going on. Quickly quickly took shock of the situation. Cheeks turned pink at the sight of standing you in the living room, and his hand came up to rub the air almost irrationally. Alexander, mate, thanks for coming. Aww. The voice was unending aloud, as if he thought you couldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Hello, Kobe. You definitely shied away. That felt a little stupid for it. Put your arms back down. That was why you glanced away from Kobe. Then you spot his parents watching you two intensely. Kobe noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrow eyes. We having dinner now? Not yet, but I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm going back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his leg to show your face. You coming? Oh god, we get to see Kobe's room. Yes. Oh look, Dad's playing it now. How interesting. You might like it. The question was quiet, but you heard it was clean. You smiled pleased that he asked you, and nodded accidentally. He turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. Oh God. Don't trust two teens alone in the room? Are you sure about that? With that, you follow after Kobe. The two of you made your way down the hall. First time you were invited to Kobe's room. You had been in Kobe's room before, but only rarely. Going to Kobe's room was standard for you nowadays. So you got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. Wow. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crush of sand beneath your feet. Glanced down, and there was dust and a cover around the entrance. You even spot a small amount of dust rushing from the rest of the room. Thought you had you weren't surprised at the sight. Of course, Beach Boy Kobe Huff would get his room all sandy. So this is my room. I see that, Kobe. Kobe was a bit shy as he said so, striking with the hem of his shirt, using one hand turned to space with the other. There's stuff you can sit on if you want. Really? I had no idea. Look over at the desk chair as often. When you turn back, Kobe was already sitting on the edge of his large bed. Yes. No. But it'd be cool if I could, though. Of course, you would think it's cool. You couldn't help recall a long time ago, Kobe explained his childhood dream house would be some located right shore of beach. Maybe tonight the thought still impaired and made you smile to think about. I'm gonna sit next to Kobe. As soon as you sat there, Kobe couldn't touch his higher. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tries to hide. There I'm smiling. My God. Oh, he's so shy. I understand that. Being shy and everything, that's understandable. He sat under his breath as if he wasn't if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously didn't either since you were right beside him. You were nervous about that. not comforting at him. He raised the eyebrows to both his nose and theirs are each fallen. You're such a sweet guy, Toby. Alright, what? Claire, you didn't expect that compliment. Somehow, his flesh grew worse, running all down his neck and throwing forwards. Oops. It's not that. He grabbed the leg and arm, the sound of himself and stressed for one more to say. Did you see my fist? I got some in the tank right there. Good change of subject, Kobe. Good job. Chloe threw both his hands in front of him, directed your eyes towards his pants. He was trying pretty poor to change topic that was much clearer. He decided to show mercy and allow it. Mercy. He stared to watch the bright fish swim around. Were a bunch of them flown to open space. They stood out shaking against the green autumn plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad brought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been a year now. Not that long time. You learn carefully to take the fish will be good. He must have been taking good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big. What's their name? I don't have them. I don't name them. Really. Excuse me. You lift your eyebrows at that, and continually stretch sheep. Most I just call them based on what they look like. Word for a small one. Tiger is the orange one, and that one thing. I had a lot of fish. I'm not good at coming up with names. Aww. That was a weakness of his. It was his tire fall. A couple of them have other types of names. The point says the small orange one isn't redfish. Is other business from away from the other. My dad named her Dream Cats, and the other one Mark. All came up with that one. He was proud to himself. Side very glowed at the tank. You let other people name your fish?
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Turn to you and tilt your head. One. Then a current look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I? He smiled a little at you, interested. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newest one, you can pick which one you want to name. He points each out of the art out to you. The first small fish in the tank, clear orange and soft, over place, runs and flaps around others. The second one's small, slightly bigger, all red. His tail was dotted with black spots, with almost round freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Mostly colors go, purple under the bright lines tank, slowly moving across the off-shell section. You went with the middle one. Chloe only nods at the ash, wait for a decision to name. Watch the fish and choose close as she did name chose you. Frank Sunbeam. Girl. Alexander Kobe. Aww. One with black dots. What to name it? I think we can type our own. You know, It's scary. With that, his eyes removed from the tank. He peered down at his annex and tablets. Smiled right at Gary as it swims through the end of the plants just heard the rooting soon after. Noticed that Kobe was sitting close to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. His clothes just showed were almost brushing against each other. Your heart picked up a little bit at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even fish. Then Kobe's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just put them in a tank and their tank could feed them and they'd be okay. Right? My mom's restricts over the weird stuff. They threw us this and me to go around neighborhoods alone. They won't let us pet. It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you. I don't know. Pray against it. Springtime brought in mind memories from a year ago. It started coming out in the morning. I didn't break the who's looking for time. One time Elizabeth came back from the playground beach and hid it from Mom's arm. She came down for food, but then she ran back upstairs afterwards. It was hard to understand. Our moms left her alone at first. But that night, Mom went to the room and said goodnight, and she screamed. Mom and I went over to see what's wrong, and we found Lizzie with a big lizard in her arm. Eyes rose at that, and he leaned forward. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Liz said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. She picked it up to find out, and she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for the whole day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Mom were upset, and they were worried putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lucy was really sad. She did realize the lizard, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for a day. When she stopped being unhappy, it was almost like it never happened. She shook her head, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but she was young. She forgot very quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Polly had been quiet for most of the story, apart from feeling the lizard. He thought and looked at his face. You can't even imagine what it'd be like having a sibling. Every Siri thought it was stable before you told him. It's fine. There's ups and downs. Times in German, but my sister is who loves this? Yeah, every kid has ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there. But now Liv barely feels like hanging out with me. Her lips words because I've been quiet for a while. That's just yours. I think it's family school. Didn't have much else to say. So, while on the topic of your family, your times you're at your relationship with your moms too. They're absolutely the best. Couldn't even consider having another option. You couldn't have better parents. Well, that's what you wanted about them. But at least your moms never tried to pay someone to be a friend. The thought prompted you to look at Cody. You probably still don't know what happened. You doubt Mr. M mentioned it to you, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell it. It was a long time. But you were keeping the secret from Cody. Take a deep breath and study to her. Now you had to figure out how to tell him. Please don't get mad about this, bud.
What?
I was proud at and he got his phone. About what? Started right over. This is back when you moved here, and the first time I met you, Dad accident. Dad, well, he offered me $20 to be a friend with you. I was sat there, I said, and he was on the radio with expression on his face. He seemed to look for you, and don't know what to do next. And then when Howard comes up, and said, well, you brought out for most, he didn't most of you were shocked. There was, oh no. Seeing come, and he shook out the hall after him. You could see Coleroy, and he was then back to the room. His arms were so side and had a ball in his face. He might not know be facing you, but he didn't need to see you face to know how it felt. Coleroy was furious. His parents nearly finished setting on the table and grading him. Only about to happen.
Huh?
Hey, what's up? Why did you start running in the house? Are you that fabulous? Ray will catch up and near Cohen. Her words didn't even register with theirs. Their tone was old-fashioned matter. His head shaken. Ray took one more step and got on his father's face. Hey, Alex, be friends with me? Mr. Arm froze, and he looked helpless, staring at your highlights.
Seriously?
Ray, are you serious? He whipped a pointy to his eye and blinked rapidly. It's only one time. Ray, was his ex-wife. This time races up to him. It seemed like a good idea when it happened. She covered her eyes with one hand. Clear of her presence was shut up, but she was not shocked anymore. Miss Herman bowed his head and ruffled back his neck, and the fact she said, as something you must correct part. Cohen just stood there, frowning a little side. Sorry, Cohen. Terrible. It was weird, especially being around Florida and Kentucky. I wish you were anywhere but here right now. Right after I fell and his son broke my home. I don't want to stay here. Shit. I caught your parents' attention. He turned his head and her word. Hey, wait a minute, bud. You have to do that. They're still in your room. We could stay out of your way, I promise. Where could you go at this time? It's almost night. You could stay with Alexander. Oh. Are you not mad at me? Oh, thank God. Don't scare me like that, Kobe. You stormed out of the house where you thought, and you jumped as the door slammed behind him. You didn't even take time to say something. And said, you ran after Kobe, shutting the door once more behind you. Spotting Murray, Kobe wasn't made too far. He just reached out the road. Are you okay? He might as well had said nothing. Chloe didn't look back or never answered you. I'm still in trouble. I'm towards your house. Take a long approach. I felt it unlocked, so he yanked it open and went inside. But nearly the phone came. Here you stood there in the living room. But I hadn't got imagined you would be. At least Leslie wasn't around, and your mom weren't out. You had no idea how to display the situation to them. You were sure Kobe wouldn't have been up for that. He watched from a distance. His presence wasn't honest, but his presence welcome either. Just so hard back was on you. Then he crossed his arms over his chest. Mad at me? To you were surprised he actually responded. What? No.
It's okay.
I wish I knew before, but I guess there's never really a good time to bring something like that. You're not the only one who did anything. John clapped and then he thought it really clear the nod was towards you. Are we actually friends, aren't we? It doesn't matter if you took it or not. You wouldn't pretend for years just because your dad gave money. Not friend at that. If there was one thing you didn't want, that it was a weakness in your friend. Of course we're friends. I seemed fun, friend, and then his brow and a little bit. Yeah, we are. I'm definitely not mad. I should thank you for not letting him get to you, and for telling me it happened. My dad never would. He always like that. He just does things. He doesn't ask or tell me about it. Most of the time, running frustration. There always was a thing with mom coming to stay with us for the summer. I was nowhere. Supposed to be surprised that I found out about. Who knows what other things he's done that I've never heard of. Does he even know how to come about what somebody else might actually want? He pauses and he goes. He narrows his eyes. You're right. George Parsons, I know he doesn't do stuff for himself. He does things because he wants to make people happy. Oh, Blake replied, notice your tears shining in your eyes. He spoke, his voice having emotions. But he just makes everything worse, and then he's really sorry about it. And it looks it's your fault for not being happy. That he was at least trying. And that is and it's always been so pushy to change things. What things? I met your dad, and he found her. First that he was referring to you and him. What he did make you stay away from me before we even got to know each other? He voiced cracked you first, even through his tears. Then he did everything he could to say it, but his words were barely whispered. After that, you were the best thing to come from here. Chloe was honest and terrified either that the three was chance to two, not my son. Chloe rarely accepted embraces. He wrapped his arms around you in return. The grip was firm. Your dad or anyone else did mess things up. He seemed to come at your words. More tears fell down his cheeks, but suddenly he blinked them away. He ran like this just for a while. Then he strapped his eyes back on. He glanced towards you and went grotesque. He likes that with mom too. The anger began to bubble back to the sufferer. Dad wants to make people happy, but he doesn't. The words left stood hard. You certainly did crush Mr. if he heard that. You never knew how much his parents' relationship, but you understood it a bit more now. You hate your dad? So just looked at the ground. At the two of his sons cried. At the thought of my son gross. What about your fish? Couldn't forget earlier tonight. I spoke about them, how you watched them and how you cared for them. There was something special that your dad did for you. It's really important to you for a long time, right? He made you happy. Oh, your eyes opened wide. He was very tugged slightly and slipped. It was obvious. Chloe didn't want to think about his dad that way, but it was also hard not to right now. He must have been overworked to go from here. You guys really need to learn how to communicate. Code frowned, thoughtful. He didn't say anything, but you had a feeling he was talking about what you and concern. We're back home. Oh, I get it. Down. Say twisted her. There was no way you could tell him to do anything else, even if you wanted to. So you ordered on.
Sorry.
Thanks, Alexander. Sorry about this. Can we come with you? Yeah. Why wouldn't you go? Spout lightly. Just checking. Yeah, what if you're mad at me? You nod and head outside and follow behind. Let's get the made across the street towards the house. Then pause at the door, just open it wide and went in. Birds were singing their heads bowed side between them. They snapped when sound the same Chloe returned. Stood up sewing chair across the floor. Chloe got out of chair, but less dramatic. How you feeling, baby? I want to talk to you. Karen looked over and their face saw Chloe said stuff your gas at you. You stared back so hoping you could kind of your sport with your iPad. Must work because Karen stood up a bit straight. Chloe then fell flat with his parents. The son stepped Chloe should leave. Said turning back. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done something so stupid. It's okay. It really isn't. That was bonehead more. If there was one, was bribing a child, an actual child, one I never met before that day. Chloe almost cracked a smile, though he saw it really clear. Then it isn't. But I want things okay anyway.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm putting hand on Mr. Measure. It doesn't believe there's something wrong with you. Or what that you can't make friends. It's like, I know why Dad did it. He wanted me to be happy, that's all. Didn't think it'd be like this. It's not an accident. Please sighed heavily. A sad smile appeared on her lips. He's very grown up, Kobe. This time brought his hands up against his forehead and began to place around the room. He didn't seem to know what to do with himself. He turned back to face Kobe hard and looked more satisfying than you ever see him. I'm not going to do it again. I haven't done it again. Haven't tried to bribe more people, or haven't tried to step over the line without sharing it. Well, he let all have it before turning alone. It was important because he was pretty tall. I don't know, but I don't think so. Like, as false I did. It looked like he was trying to guard his skirts. When he spoke up, his voice small but firm. You find Mom here. His dad's eyes wide, coming right to the talk that had put off before. You didn't ask me if I wanted things to be like this. With both of you together again, for just a little while. Ryan slowly returned to the store, and he was done as someone had just hit him. I did it again, and I did it again, and I didn't even notice. What's wrong with me? Why can't I just do something right? At least Kobe seemed to realize that he's able to say what he feels. You know, just how long he's been holding in that. It's quite for the start. The son sat down in his chair, and his shoulders shoved in his head. Looking to Kobe, he watched his dad and how gradually he was struck with he's been told. Kobe glanced down his chair and looked back at his dad. Not angry at him. But I met his son. I can try to talk to you about things. And what I feel about stuff. I can stop saying that to you. I stopped saying that to you. Since everything happened, I don't want to talk to you. But you wouldn't have guessed if you knew. Buckeye shook his head. You should have to take care of me. You shouldn't have to make up my shortcomings. Totally, I can fix things. I can still change things. After having some time to outburst, his son turned his face away from him. Besides, I used to be that. I used to that already. I might not get it right, but not a damn thing would happen and left my family if I make the effort. It's always me, the only one thing to manage. Dad, you're right, Cliff, I know. I don't think Kobe wants you to take. I don't think Kobe wants to take care of you. He just wants you to understand, and he wants to make sure his dad understands too. That's what he means, isn't it? It was as that's what Kay said, staring at the empty hands and held in front of him. And he looked at Kobe again, tears going from his eyes. He got up across the room to his son. Kobe didn't move or away as he approached. Nose set his hands on Kobe's shoulder. The touch flame in front of his eyes. But you and I are going to talk about every single thought that ever pops into our heads for the rest of our life. Oh God. Good. You bet. Good. Shook his both Kobe's frown and back a bit. Tears slipped down Kobe's cheeks, and but he was smiling. No, I don't want that. I'm beginning to smile too, turning Kobe, but it was genuine. I'm afraid it's the only way. Very choking, even as she blinked away her own tears, then turned towards her. Better not think you can get away from this curse. The same applies to you. You can't. He lets go of Kobe with one hand, and he placed his arm around Kobe's shoulder and his face is Kobe. Yes, I can. He continues talking as if he's in her direction, leading Kobe along with him. Then the father and son were staying in front of her. The son put his arms over the other arm around her, and now both of them were in his arms. If you think that I did that I would always go with our bad, you are too going to be amazed by the thoughts I decide. Alright, all on my own. Thanks, Dad.
So bad.
Thanks, son. He wiped his face with the back of his hand. He shook his head. Oh God, you're in her madness. Mr. Hurd laughed, not knowing her words. I think we should eat dinner I prepared made, instead of just eat it up and back up. I'm surprised and unrelieved. That we can manage, right, Kobe? Yeah. Great. You're making progress already.
Well,
So I didn't even know how I was going to start making things up to Alexander, carrying a secret for all the time, and it must have been quite the burden. 12 bucks is not nearly enough for all the hard bulk. You don't have to do anything. Nonsense. I or we will work on it. Okay. Billy ducked his head and spoke towards you. There was a tiny smile across your face. Do you want to stay for dinner? You nodded softly. Mr. Hurd finally let go of his down and then pat back with a kind sigh. You're very good boys. I'm so lucky. Toby shyly rubs his arm while Mr. Herndon rubs back his neck. Neither could make eye contact of bashfulness. In the moment they really did seem like father and son. Toby's family was nice, and you thought to yourself, you were glad that you got to come over. Oh yeah, I'm glad that I got to come over. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you would be heading back to class. How excited. The summer had been fun. You've taken your full, and you were looking for a fresh start, a new year, a full potential. You got dressed, not even the day before, but complaining. Why, hey, for tomorrow. Life was sure going to be different. Excuse me. You had come to think of summer vacation as a norm, but school searched out every year, running the summer vacation just as break in the middle. So you rather bring a different return to normal. What did normal life really mean? You couldn't how fond your moms taken about summer vacation as kids. You hadn't recognized that 1 year in period of school year and summer itself would be a good, it's hard time to imagine. You got this in one arm, still on sleep. You played it through and put your mind to the present. The season had brought about plenty of shades of its own, like current physics, though that too has come to an end today. I'm fond of her. The neighbor was about to go a lot emptier. Finished dressing, which was good. Chloe had been there any moment. You read the scenes from off together. Often the plan was that he would come over and bring you to his house when she was ready to set off. But you both knew that you'd be hanging out at least a little longer while before. Them had from code when it happened. It's been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Tennyson, to surprise people, but only he was able to adjust. His able, pretty, good spirit with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned your desk for a box out of your seat. As the thought dug code, your eyes fell in the box. Should you wear the ankle cone? This tape should be a nice one that you haven't used in a while. Yeah, I'm gonna put one on. Your heart bounced pound a sudden hope. Thought clasped and finished cat would come spot. Face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought crossed your mind was, be polite to wait for the door. Sure downstairs, someone might be able to answer the door, but he was your guest. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you chose to stand beside it waiting for code, there was no delay in pulling it open. It was there, and just as you expected. Seeing you, he flashed in threatened bright. Hi, Alexander. Hi. Smiled, and you bucketed for him to come in and follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down in bed waiting for Cody to settle, and as you knew he would, Other guests you might have offered them a seat, but you and Chloe were long past those tensions of friendship. The room was surreal to him as his own. You watched as Chloe sat down at your desk, his preferred spot. He rode closer to the bed to make an easier chat, bending ankles so that he would face you forward. Once happy with his friend, he leaned towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from a spot anytime soon, even though you appreciated to keep together today. Would your mom
Don't worry about it.
We got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. Doesn't want me just hanging around while she does that. He lifts his head and gazes, drifting out towards the room and chuckles. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I get used to her being there every day. He leaned back to the chair and smiled over his cheeks. Yeah. He shook his head as he let off the topic like a dog moving off water following a gentle sea. Chloe looked back at you, lips crying, as he was about to speak, but instead his eyes wide as much as his and a fine crown. Something has caught his attention. Something wrapped around and where the ended like microphone. He catches his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankles, and then back to your face. Brian progress once, twice more, as if struggling to hold on to the eye of the terminal. Maybe he was way up or rather to come or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to find his thoughts, or was still trying to find words that would manage. And he made no feel. And for him to see you in it was that's why his attitude between your ankle and your face was totally on you. On his neck back to your face was saw expression and had shifted. She watched his entering into motion as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun in his chair, facing the wall instead, allowing you to cast the flashes spread all across his ears. He twisted his seat, wiggling his head and before looking in your direction. It seemed that he decided against saying at all. What's the problem? Does it look good? Chloe offered something on his son, which how he was hunt. The quiet words had no chance to react on you. You were going to get anything out of him, so you waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally heard him very softly. Did you do it because I said it before? I mean, you know. The last words whispered through his crazy secret. Ankle bracelet. I don't know what you're talking about. Squeeze his eyes shut. You have no idea if he'll answer. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. Even though looking down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and coming, and when he danced nervously, his chest rose as he breathed deeply. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart set in your chest, like left across the water. One big leap from unexpected coming, followed by a cell of shores. Once Esther those words, you beating at him as he looked at you again. At last you returned to the smile shyly. It really didn't work out much better than you thought. And then nothing else could he add first. Your arm lapsed into another conversation. Him shrugged his face under his seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having plenty of head was so nice. No matter how spend the time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but admire, both as a friend and a way pluck at your heart a very yard or more. Maybe it has been some summer was almost that you feel we're rushing is on you. Like tears at the end of a long day. Some was just me of the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost every as you please. We both chose to spend time together. Oh. Now that it was time, you couldn't go another day without stressing those you help. Aww. Kobe, can we kiss? Oh yeah. I shot up fast enough that could have flowed off his face as he arched his mouth, might drop off his forehead. How much it fell far. Why? Clapped his hands on his mouth and eyes, but no strength care. No, that I don't mean. That's not how I mean. It's not that I know something. But why would you want that right now? Why not? And the chest began to raise, and all swallowed short breath and quick step. Sorry for being raised. Just I thought or hoped that something like this might happen. With us talking about liking each other. You did. You were thinking about it before. He nods, ever so slightly. Your eyes, your face got a little hotter after that. But brightened a little as you closed your eyes, and his expression continued. Well, I could spot a picture of how it might go. What he liked you and me. But just the first part, I couldn't imagine anything that comes after. And I'm really happy there. It took another breath and exhale. Makes things difficult. Things don't have to be difficult. Give it a warm smile. Thanks, but I don't think that'll work. I just forget. I definitely can't. Find her if disappeared, then you would have thought slugs could hold. There must have been ranch somehow. However, because he held without a quick exhale. The two you made sense. And he's been about to dive underwater, but sitting in the middle of the room was odd conversation choice. Are you alright? He doesn't respond, sitting any statue. You were about to get up, at least nudge his hair with his foot, and he would let out a breath and take another. He swore why wasn't dramatic. Okay. Oh. I'm not the. You have this backward, Kofi. I'm the shy one. You're supposed to be the. Oh, it's fine, Kofi. You're adorable. I can't help it. His voice cracked on the word, and that old squeak out found by a dip of seconds. Then perked up straight in your seat. It wouldn't put a rudder shot for a rich person, or fall up where your ass was alright. But having him speak again was a good start. We can kiss. I want to do that. You'll get out. That's okay. I want to kiss you. Scaring herself from earning her sentence sit up, realizing your head actually going for it. Lloyd hurried up in his chair, his hands clasped together in his lap. As you move towards him, you notice his knees rocking there as shown. Shared not right from share made in perfect sense. If he was that shaky, why sink down? There was no way he could manage to step, and without at least one of them falling over. Your legs brush against him once, as you come to stop in front of him. He was staring up at you. As you lean in towards him, he then motion moved towards you. Once you were close enough to feel Cody's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was doing the same. Your lips met Cody's for a moment. His lips were pressed tight together. It was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. You turned. You couldn't believe this was really happening. It was a moment. It felt warm. It felt nice. It felt right. You moved back and took nice down chair, snuggled in the palms off the ground tight. Thankfully, he was doing that some place to breathe, figuring unlike. You took a step back and closed your eyes straight back. Aww. I placed a hand over his lips, his eyes shut tight. He back then became dry and shook him down. He could only just make out a few words he managed to summon. Oh, he's adorable! Damn it, Kobe, you're me! I'm the shy one, personally, but when I'm playing a game, I'm not the shy one, because I know it's not real, and I'm so much braver in games. Because I believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look away, let alone met your gaze.
Oh my god.
We kissed. Oh, for him. He's fangirling. You're actually so cute. Watch him ignore. I didn't get his senses. Billy always opened his eyes once again. Did you like it? He was then holding his face. He was still holding his hand to his face, but attempted to answer in a muffled whisper. Oh, adorable! I want to pinch your cheeks, Kobe. You're adorable. Which was often not working. He often uncovered his face and brings the hand and looks at you. Yeah. He opened his mouth, rose to speak, and heard his lips as his words fell him on his third or fourth tip. You heard him had say, I liked it. I'm glad that you know. Aww. He's not able to speak the actual words. You realized it was really embarrassed to say out loud. You grinned through his expression was a welcome one. The smile on Cole's face was real, but rare, not like the one you wore after a long exhausting day activity. Like when he made a new person best. The works had been worked, but the reward had been worth it. With a new fawn cone, he drew himself up deep up. Each word he spoke was next to none. Alexander, I like you. A lot. Probably way too much. Aww, I like you too, Kobe. Which surprises me. I don't know. You're just so adorable. I like you. And I like how you are. And I'm not surprised. I usually go by your personality is just perfect. And I want to see all the personality you have, but when I put the game again, ducks his head bashfully and opens an eye, picks out at you through the hair that had fallen over his face and pale. Matched his smile.
He's not waiting for me.
Oh, dear! You're welcome! me out, okay? Because I'm playing with Shy one next time, buddy. His eyes sparkled just looking at you. Spectre trusted clear, and he never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. I like you too. And Sweet Owl nervous giggle, and cracked his hand into a loose fist, and brushed his knuckles against his cheek. Words even him as he opened his mouth, closed it again. I don't give up credit to imagine just smiling. You don't want to know! No! I want to know! He rubbed his eyes and held his hands. It was unusual, hard from much later in the day, but at the point it already felt like a long day. Chloe then pressed his hands and graced his forehead.
Oh my god.
Does that mean I'm your boyfriend or something else? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what Dad and Mom will do. There was a lot of concern there. Your Honor, the simple there was no way your moms could let you have a boyfriend, even though that word just from both with Cody's name made your heart race. Mine neither. Doesn't matter, we like each other. No one else, though, about your relationship changed what is between you two. Cody lifted his hand from his chest and rocked towards you. Half lean halfway. His slowly climbed his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. Aww. Hold his hand back. You rest your hand against your palm to his palm. Chloe, your thumbs throwing one another. Aww. You're young fangirl. We can get it to work. We'll figure things out sooner or later. His eyes locked with his, saying words that smile mouth couldn't. His eyes widened and managed for tongue, and he couldn't return the smile of the edge grip on your hand tighter. Outsider, Kobe! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You nearly forgot the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Chloe had done the same. You just got a call. Chloe's mom's ready to go. If you could, she might keep the man like worth moving to a minute, and you doubt that. But it was nice your mom and Miss Brown had the humor tongue. Your eyes met Kobe. Hurriedly, you head downstairs together. Each step on the way there was slow, like he was trying to bang the physical. So he tits up leaving the house. Coach rose all together before you could cross the street. Doors open. Dad must be taking her stuff. It's all hard. She's going to leave. You felt a small turn run through his body and head stick in. So he looked at you. He was hoping at son for how he was feeling, and all you could do is give him his arms squeeze forcibly. And that's some kind of unfazed there. Together you were across the street and inside the house, finding his parents in the living room, lying by his mom packing things. Hey, kiddo. Good thing. I'm just calling a taxi. And hi, Alexander. So glad you get to see you soon. I'm supposed to get to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to a name. I heard so many times. She looked at Chloe Powell to attention. I'm happy I got the nice to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Naughty turned her head into a toy. She packed her on her arm with a warm smile and then understood her hug. Followed her squeezed back, free from her grasp, but his mom was unfazed and kept her locked in place. Her feet layered and he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy but strictly distressed. It looked like he was bursting into cry. Well, not a 100 prior success, but passable grade, I think. Thinking back on things that happened summer, we started to look shape. Cliff just started his hand and awkward came Chloe. There were ways only God's moving. Still keep that in mind for the future. Good for you, Cliff. And I'll be trying hard to stay more in the loop. You watched as Chloe smiled softly as both his parents and you felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had come together since you first met them. And how love was still there. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, pulling up from the house. The clear view front door, closed stones, large shadows. Oh, that's my ride. Yeah. That match reply, God took out as you all fed out of the house, far in the sun, with Earth's bags in hand. Once outside, you spot the fountain waiting by the street. And you were surprised there was also with them, stood on cover and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Chloe. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a bit ago. Thought I could visit more times before school started out soon.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. I couldn't even look at Chloe. His nerve kept growing. There probably was a bug.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking about your mom would be listening to it. Sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. We're always talking here. It would be sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before you were leaving. You came to hang out often, so then the two of them met at some point this season. I think so too. It was Derek would have preferred God there at more often moment. Never liked seeing impolite, but their result worked with his worry. The tenses he was holding his body lessened, and he looked like he was going much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It's fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Don't worry about yourself. Over there, he's just about set. There's a short amount of time Cliff took out the pack, two bags into his truck, and took one more glass of rum inside. Alright, I won't keep you away. It's time to head out. The little crowd that formed across started their cheers of farewell and wished traveling, but Carol still no mood to get in the taxi. Then to the coast. I'll call when I get to airport, and when I make it to the alright. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll worry all night you got in trouble on the way there. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Her put a hand on Cody's head, and I ruffled his hair. One last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Aww! I love you so much, baby. she was chuckling by the time she fed him and rolled things off with a small loop to of his nose. Kobe rubbed his face and with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and clicking her saving back. Okay, arm around Cole's shoulder and kept him close as he began to pull away. Cole looked up at his dad and then wrapped his arm around his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Her rolled down the window and stuck her head out and she waved and blew kisses coming quick. See you later. Before she's out of sight, you sigh too. You had your voice there, watching her smile grow louder. The car turned down the road and couldn't disappear from view. Chloe let go of his dad and took a few steps into the street. He's still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly and thought. The gun person was feeling better, that he was early. He was finally turning the same thing before. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder and pulled you away from your thoughts. She smiled and looked at you. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah. That's what I was hoping to hear. Chloe walked over the group and still turned happy, grin at him. Luckily, and everyone else smiled. No, Elizabeth. Well. Mom clapped her hands together, bringing the dish back to her eyes. So it's time for lunch. Think of put something special together. I sparked with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Think that's between the two sides right now. Is there something I could do? Mom said down front, and Mom shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek. But it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you on your flip swan. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her joke. You watched her looking down. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. I wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't be a fight at lunch. It was getting a little bit awkward. Mom roasted Tom was meant to be lighthearted mood, not to bring it back down. I'll try to get things forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You'll all come back in half an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. I'm not in agreement. Understand idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like a plan. Then I don't want to chop up myself. I gotta work on so I can have out my hair this afternoon. You should come by later. No reason you should be odd man out. Mom's music clicked, rubbing his neck nervously. Ren watching Ren.
Thanks very much.
I accepted and turned to sing. He looked over and cried without on glasses. I can help too. With as many people as your feet, it's going to be a lot soon. Do you hear what we told Derek? It would be unfair to make you cope when you're the one being by the end. Mom raised her eyes and Cliff waved it off. I said Derek would be missing time with pals. This will be a break for me. I'm quite a chef. Mom shaved her glasses before Mom showed. Alright. It's agreement. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Chip. The grid wide seemed hyped than you expect him to be about helping with lunch. Kobe shook his head and found a smile on his face. That's all the grown-ups. We'll be heading. I'm sure the rest of you kiddos are staying out. Maybe not all of them. Mom kissed her head and slight question. She stopped for a moment. I'll stay with the kids.
Fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smile at her, while Jeremy and Kobe didn't seem to run her parade. But with the plans inside, all three parents waved and head off to the house. It was just you and the teenagers now. Liz looked at you and the turning expression on her face. So what now? So I'm worried that I'm only staying out with you before getting roped into work. Then again, she could have just didn't want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Rose spoke up after no one else answered her question. Want to go to the shopping street? It'd be a while. And I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me, unlike you guys. I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's go. We strolled across the road as a group, down the beach, and then to the left. It took you less than 50 minutes to arrive. One definition of sunburn. The four of you look around at the Ferrero shops and try to see if anything catches your attention at the time. It was the most exciting. He checks out every stall with his eyes wide in wonder. I love to go to work and get spirits as well. That's so cool. You are no street magician who's doing a card trick for a group of adventurers. He clapped his hand and showed middle-aged his card. Turned to the group encouraged face. Why does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody or do you just show up and do stuff? Who would you even ask to publish free? Hey, Miss Mayor, can I route it out my hat, please? Floppy is well behaved, I promise. I'm trying. I search up and down the city. Maybe there's a boss of shopping street. No one does any of this around the neighborhood. It's just a regular store behind the wall. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here it's pretty sure people are just putting on a show for their show whenever they want to, or whatever. It's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Ed laughed and Derek began almost undecided. Then rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found it impossible, you know. But there's gotta be something. We could be cool stuff. I'm sure we could think about it. We could plan a show that really gets a crowd. Do you think I could help out too? Of course.
Nice.
I know I could count on you. Now we just need to act if it comes to us, right? The gang continued to prepare or use the sauce and found some earrings. Then, rather than go without everyone laughed at us, but picked out a glove I sent, but Grandma thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks 9 countries. I think we were both wrong. Oh, let's start with Kobe. It looks like Iceland to me,
No.
right? Suddenly Kobe froze, and you stared at him, and you tried to see what caught his attention. You saw from her face, it all made sense. Between the county, his hair down near the grown bone and kissing, was Jeremy. Her slow grip eyes down on the street, and his eyes widened as he definitely noticed you. You're frowning and Kobe's eyes. Neither of them were happy to see him again. He didn't wave back. Never raised the eyebrow. Yeah, without a head of clue. There shoved himself hard deeply in the crowd movie. Eric relaxed and helped out loud. I'm glad he's not starting anything. He put it over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that's the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer day they had made nearly as much impression on her as it did to Derek. But smiling and waving it off. Just forget about him. Oh yeah. He laughed and Chloe smiled lightly, seemed in a better mood now that Jerry was gone. The eyes wonder too where Jerry disappeared. Haven't forgot the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation. The parent he hated. Garland was probably the last time we'd ever seen him. I don't think Jerry really will stay here with summer ending. This might have been the last time we see him. Yeah, I guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked a little rock on the road and tried to worry and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jerry turned out to be, well, he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Bo shook his head. Claire's not broken up, might begin. Claire rolled her eyes and said farewell to the old boy, not interested in silence. She clearly didn't understand the question, and at this point she didn't want to understand. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you had interest with Jeremy more. There wasn't unlike anyone you had ever met before. I think he's just upset. I don't know. About him. I don't know what to think about him because he's a kid. And kids overreact, and I'm surprised he's so upset, so I don't know. You move on to stall and stall from Jared. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. Oh, enjoy what a little time you had left. As I mentioned hours as almost time. The trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for now. Derek bounced off his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's go so we can eat. I'm starving. Homebound lead, here we go. Chloe started out his legs yawn. Let's go, man. Look at him, Paul. He could do it. Hey, Chloe. Yeah. Can I ask you something? Could you carry me home?
What?
He turned it off to the fucking. There needs a third option just to start laughing at his reaction. Don't want to walk back. I thought it'd be cool since it's sort of a special day. I sighed and shook his head, and there would become fires of laughter. Oh, will you please, maybe? Ah! Oh, I got it! Woo! We should all clap! This would never happen in reality. I would never ask this question in a million years. But Kofi's kind of cute. I kind of think I know. But the funny thing is, I'm usually not into guys that are strong. So Kofi, because of your personality, feel yourself as an exception. What? Wait, you're really gonna do it? Kofi stepped over, and he looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips curled in a large smile. Thanks, Kofi. Karen pushed down in front of you so you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs. He did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand up all the way. I watched with a smirk on her face while Jerry laughed even hard. It was fair to say that your eye was entertaining. The glad Kobe went with it. I'd carry you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. So with how much I'd strip around you, or whether or not he tried to do anything. But along that, he also seemed to feel pride by carrying you. It was a pleasant and walking home, and in no time you made it back. I am Kobe, you've done something no one else would be able to do. Carry me. I would never accept it. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone. Before he rushed inside, the three pairs were in the open wave. Welcome back, everyone. You made just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Kobe brought you inside, your parents couldn't help notice the odd turn. Your moms were unsure, but Holly raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something out and said, I'm okay. Kobe, you've gotten so strong. And Raul too, what a guy. He rolled his eyes at the corners and then started walking to your couch. He bent over like, oh my god, I didn't even have to walk to the couch. Oh my god, I'm a princess. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, he started allowing and shook out his arm. He seemed relieved that he made it. So did everyone have a nice time out? You could have put me down a lot sooner, Kobe. I would have not argued. She yearned for people to take a seat at the table. Parents and silver have always been placed out. You took your normal seat and let him sat across from you, and Derek looked to the seat of your left. Both sounded right. But he blushed a little, being friend with his silver. Dad was first to pick up on extra awkwardness, but your mom's were far behind. Eric shared looks at Kobe directed. It seems that he was almost struggling with how not to go around on his dad or your parents, or both. After what happened between the two of you out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. It was fun. I really liked it. That's good in my book. Finding Mr. Holmes sat in an empty chair across from Kobe. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom sat down, spoon full of water glass on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I don't remember last time we had a group big over a meal. You can pass the drinks down the other side. Make sure you get all. Sure. So close the cups on. It's starting off the water. As you pass Kobe his drink, your hands touched. Kobe froze. So did you. Before you cupped it, it slipped right through in both your fingers. I fell over the table and landed sharp flash on the wood. Of glass on the wood. Kobe showed his chair back in a reaction shout. I'll just get a towel or something. He looked around in front of panic. I was shocked of the water would turn up his face fast enough. His dad, a bit more worried, raised his own seat. What's going? You've been a lot nervous. You've been a little out today. Something happened? Oh, he tensed up for his end. Stared at the water table as the wind stuck. Yeah, they'll find out sometime. Well, me and Chloe kissed earlier. Untrue. Like a water before. Chloe gasped his hand and shook up Sharper's face. Sighing, everyone had silence. Ha! Both Mom and Mom laughed, and they stepped you out of their surprise. Then slapped his own hand on the cover. Congratulations! Coach stretched to touch, but he said nothing. His hands might as well have been glued to his head. Moon shook her head, and you could hear her. Or can you believe this? Laying in the moonlight, as I was said, baby's boyfriend. Her grin at you, and Cole even couldn't see he at least was happy for you. Now, I was sure we all knew this was coming sooner or later. I was hoping you could wait a little couple of years for the kid. But what can you do? It's a wonderful thing that both like each other. But Mom is the right thing. You're both young. We just have to chapter 1 if you want to go on dates.
Nice work.
I'd be happy to help with that, whatever it needs. Her cracked a little back in the seat, and his hands haven't moved, while his expression was unreadable. The color of his skin, that rosy red, pressed forward, and his head smashed to the table surface, somehow cutting up even more embarrassment. Isn't that all still? Isn't that still wet? No response was given. At least his hands there, his face should have been some protected with the water. Oh, he's adorable. You didn't want these feelings to be a secret. It was a relief it was out in the open. Parents laughed more, and all three of them began grinning on their faces. Our families are truly united now. And, well, this will be Mr. Hart clan first meal here. Our Hart Hall clan. I'm not sure which better ring to it. Oh God. Derek's eyes wide as he shook. Or started. Oh, looked at the door and the grown-ups making too much for even him. I can't blame him. He seemed to be one of the people who considered a confession with the already on his side. Okay, bro? Derek whispered and he sighed for a friend. Mila was still impressed. And then finally, he heard scraping
Oh
Coleman.
my god.
Adorable. Please, can we not talk about this anymore, please? Oh, sure. I think we have. That's enough for now. We still have to go. We've got to eat lunch after all. Food was placed on the table, and Derek started to fill his plate with other unsweets. Cody sighed at his lunch up and earlier. Showing gave his son another pat on the back, and Cody slowly stared back up. And you helped him get a towel and clean up the oranges everywhere at this point. You got caught up with him trying to grab if he was unhappy with you because of this. Thankful he gave no impression of that. The effect he showed back in the room was stronger as ever. And everything got set up. Mom showed a picture of Rose off the table. Oh yeah, you should is school. She pointed at Mr. Holden who leaned for both her arms. Oops. I seemed unsure about all of a sudden. I cared at that point. Something done that smiled sheepishly at Mom. And rolled her eyes as Mom gave a lovely look. You should be impolite to her guests in the house either. Then goes along suffering. Mom and giggles, Mr. Hunt chuckles. There's of you could learn for a thing or two from Derek. He's best mannered here. Flash play was true. His pride was upright and formal. He held his work gracefully. His table manners on top of his attitude as his parents made him mild middle-toned behavior.
Aww.
It's nothing. It's true. You have been a lovely guest. You notice that too. I've always let you stay over there. Derek smiled and sat a small car in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guests? He looked at Kobe and teasing smirk. Or is there nothing to say? Well, Kobe is my number one, but he still cleans his hands by wiping them on his pants. Kobe frowns at the action and blushes his hands on his pants legs. Mom laughed lightly. Oh, you should know after all these years, Kobe is hardly a guest anymore. I smiled after her. Thanks. Next time Derek really is going to stay inside the cookie. I don't even mean an adult. If he joins us grown-ups, then you're going to have to treat him like one. Okay, so Miss Songe, how goes your taxes? Derek shook his head and chuckled. Everyone ate their meals together and continued hanging out for the afternoon. After food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was over and this time to part ways. Someone talked to your mom, and Kobe drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he'd be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but I have stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, but could you move? I need the phone. Her raised eyebrow. Having tried stood behind him, but realized he was standing right in front of a reasonable place. He stepped aside, away, and shook his head, clearly thinking I was rushing too much. He just made a line for her phone, started dialing the number. What you figured was one of her friends, knowing that she was going to be there for a while. You, Kobe, and Derek shifted closer to the door. It seems like Miss Hart was wrapping up conversations, so sorry I found you well.
Talk to you later.
See you later. Kobe, we gotta do this sometime again. Yes, yeah. Kobe turns to you and smiles. Bye, Alexander. Step forward, spread your arms wide. Kobe only had a moment to react before entering his arms. Kobe hugged you back tightly and his chest ruffled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red when he looked over and noticed that Derek was watching the whole thing. Derek smiled reasonably. Cheers, dude. We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. Kobe pushed his arm and Kobe still rubbed his support afterward. Kobe and his dad left soon after. Your parents start cleaning up in the house and the others start chatting with their friend on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He left you to stay outside in the front of the house waiting for his dad to go. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was very Kobe's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted weight from one foot to the other. Thanks for waiting with me. You could be around here for a while. That's still going to be a while. Do you want to go for a walk? Okay. So you walked down the street and just went without a certain plan. It was quite slow. Too quiet for Derek. Eric being confident. You turned to him when had noticed he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Eric always had something to chat about. You weren't unsure if you should ask about it. Somehow you end up in the park near the beach. Glance over to Derek once more. Still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing changed. In fact, he noticed a frown through your face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't really a felt happy expression. He turned smiling off his face. Sighs and raised the eyebrow. Derek, what's going on? I'm a little sad. It's just with school starting back up. I'm It's going to be harder to visit. I gotta have homework, clubs, and practice, and everything else.
Sucks.
It sucks we go to different schools. Aw. They started up this and were close tied together. This was really concerned for him. What if we don't have time? Well, we'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. I looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with Alan Simon playing through jazz crowd behind it. I hope we'll all be friends no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we're busy, I still hope. Because it's stuff me. There was something serious about his worry you falling out of friendship. I hope so too. I want to be friends forever. There's Mom. Mostly yourself. Seem a little more than like usual. Then, for sure, you need to make the most of next year. Then next year after that, and after that. For a while about that. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. Smiled. Felt like your friendship was so strong. Didn't spend much longer at the park after Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle the night, stretching your arms overhead. You noticed the living room and the phone was free. Step over the couch and wiggle your toes just right, and you knew it was perfect. It was all saucy and all away. Hiding yet pleased with the end of the day. Looked at the clock a while and saw there was only about 10 minutes till your mom would insist you go to bed soon. This for school. Stretch your legs and couch seat. Watching the minute have changed 1 minute at a time at that time. Brace yourself, feeling restless, and look out the window. Darting ahead, you spot a figure. The hill. It was Kobe. But as right there, you realized really, it wasn't much of a shock at all. It must have been something Cody would do. He stopped and went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out there. They were drifting along the train, hitting floating through on top of the hill. They turned towards you as you appeared, and you know right away Cody was happy to see you. Hey. Smiled shyly and you stopped right in front. Your figure's nerve pulled at a loose string, hanging over your shirt. Hi, what you doing out here? Not really. He shrugged, then seems happy with his own answer. Sarah waved him clean. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I got some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's going to be the start of the new year. At the mention of school, the nose escaped him. Well, let himself fall back onto his butt all the way down, so he lays back there and looks up at the sky. Lower yourself and sat nearby. He had lost in thought, or perhaps waiting for you to start yourself, and he spoke up again. Thanks for telling me about my dad, and the money he offered you, my friend. This was probably the last thing you would expect him. Probably seemed to pelt up that, stretched his arms in front of him. This is where we met, remember? It's that day. Spark and said a little boy being cast on the very spot a lifetime ago. I thought it would have had a big strange feeling looking at you. But it's not a bad way, just thinking you then. You're really seeing you now. It's something. turn your face from you. Guy Percy was trying to hide his blush. It's almost unbelievable how much he's made your life just moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might look like in a world where he hasn't met him. Chloe glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Chloe just stared at Nicola. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. Thought amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time. So I'm meeting you. Oh. That was not the response that you gave him, but you noticed Kobe thought softly at him. He wasn't trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there wasn't many people you could think of who could teach you about something like that. During his smile, you realized there was no denying. You two had been along each other a long time. But broke behind before the film settled. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. Finally, Chloe head home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. You kept your mind going, simply saying, see you tomorrow. No matter how much you changed around, you could there were some things in your life you always seemed to be true. Camille felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you'd get comfortable under the covers in your room. Your room mind couldn't help but still be done with thoughts about the future. It's hard to not think about Kobe. There hasn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt nervous. Even a bit of your guilt felt it was being turned into a puzzle. A new chapter of your life was about to begin. You worried the new changes that were waiting for you. Slowly your eyes grew heavy as you drove to sleep. Your mind spinning wishing thoughts. No matter what happens next, you could only hope to make the most of it. Rather than in the dream, which is not always from the outside world you assume. Now open your eyes. The light turned dim. Now that you were more alert, you could dash tap the sound quite slowly but concerned. After being like poking, you couldn't ignore. Lift your head and from pillow. Look around, sir. Not much to puzzle. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From colored light figure into the room, preserved from anyone to be awake. Including the sun. It barely held itself over her eyes, but it didn't stop some people, it seemed. The sun by the window, glare not warmed by the sun, and coloring touched into the room. As just as you expected, there was your neighbor Crush machine on your window. He was still dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and shyly smiling. Hi, Alexander. Oh, why are you wearing a wetsuit? Kobe. You stared back blankly. So technically we won't be going back for a few more hours. His voice said, yet each word carefully explained. Classes haven't technically started yet, so you want to hit the beach with one more time this summer? Oh! Okay! Maybe nervous, Kobe. Kobe, you're so cute. Smile and affection. You rushed to get changed into something moved by Chloe climbed down the ground level. Your legs still half asleep, struggling somewhat to attempt to current them into the wetsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon as you took over your front door, Prince Town, Cody was already there to greet you. You guys met, Cody danced down to your dancing and back to you. You checked the door, it was closed, and gave him a thumbs up. The two of you leaped to action. Kobe, I need you, I need troublemaker. For then you begin running time, Kobe beside you. The thrill of an outing made you want to laugh. Not once since then, if any of your family looked out and saw your summer would be back, being over. Once you glanced over, Kobe told you with exactly the same, went back sticker of fear of being heard of caught. The house hung out under your arm, and like a cape, you're running so fast on a phone that simple as keeping your balance and not thumbs up was a real treat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and day was a little brighter. What lay ahead, you arrived, and you were happy to meet. In between. I feel like I grow up my hair a little bit. Like, yeah. That one. I was just curious. Want to see them. Not really my thing though. And that earring person either. Oh. Well, yeah, we need to wear them, right? Like, no, this bracelet. On my leg. Now we're in love now. I like nervous. Yes, I'm sure. I do want to check out the things, but I won't change anything as decides for. Where's your class, buddy? Now, earrings? I don't see them back here. Just want to see them. Doesn't look bad on you. I like that. I think more instantly. I kind of like this one better. So this is your PJs. Well, you don't sleep with your PJs on. I like that one. Right. Again, you don't, and I don't think you wear earrings on when you're swimming. A blue. Let's give your glasses back. I think the plain one's better. I'm just curious what you are. Code is 40. Apparently I've made him. I'm just curious what he is right now. Kind of that's what both of us are. I'm going to keep his personality still on what he is for the first playthrough, because I want to see what he is by himself. But he seems total quiet and sporty. So, Shy Boy. We still have Shy Boy. Damn it. What? We can't both be shy. I want you to be not shy. Curse you. Since your romance increased in Kobe, and you're old enough to start getting physical, more seriously, now you can choose what effect this has got through his step 3. Make sure for your players respect what's important in your life, but always put your choices first. Person can make your relationship one-sided. So we need to add effects with how this works. Our affection means that Kobe will ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there are always options to say yes or no. For example, you won't simply let it over and kiss MC as an or an emotion moment. Each piece of physical act will be either in or accepted by the player before it happens. Though it means there will be certain times when the request is to touch the MC. Make choices and effects of your choices. Also, code will create regularly gives you affection amount. One step will be giving MC a kiss because he's happy or emotion or something. Or in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Kobe space to be the one act afterwards. Or otherwise, Kobe can get romantic, but the player will take priority. Fighting has increased every little does but it also means that the player will be ready to decide in favor of having Kobe give physical affection more frequently and less frequently. And so our affection gives unbeing life choice menu. So you decide on something instead of replaced by Kobe acting me. I love always react if you're very confident with physical attraction and would prefer to see it happen. Always hold it over yourself. However, the love most hurting if Chloe ends up offering boyfriend at this point. Situations where I made a difference tend to end up in situations that are meant to get a relationship. This part are also to know that will be seen whether or you not are dating. Once you pick your lover, it cannot be changed later on. So use your favorite line today. We hope you enjoy your decision on or don't. I like a lot of attention, so hi. Starting class interacts a few days of summer. It doesn't take long for you to get into the swing of school year routine. Sitting homework between the normal there wasn't around nearly as much with school and after school activities. There was the time to take him trip out of the neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear he was in camp or something like that, but you weren't able to sure what he was up to. Jeremy's kid did disappear after summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or he ended up a mystery. More summers and went like the wave of shore, come in and out. In the second year of high school, someone new started visiting summer. A summer girl named Tim Burke became a friend of Kobe. They do them both in ocean time. I was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Kobe had to be good company. She felt you were pleased to get along with her as well. Her was tight with the other girls who you had known as from school for a long time. You saw her all more and more of her at times went on, thanks to Jen learned on to reach. After a while, all of them a real friendship together. As for you or home left, the heart is also the husband. Change laws and public lives made it possible for your moms long wearing their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recent that music was recognized everywhere in the U.S. It was a good day, to say the least. Others came into her home and stopped being as in. She no longer worried about her future as she grew up for real. She didn't mind being called Liz again. Although most people use Liz, she earned her high school and moved out to Tim College in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust your old sister being gone. This never let you forget her role in her life, though, and kept in touch. Kobe's relationship with his family improved over the years. He visited several times after summer, and things became easier between the two. He was close with his dad than ever before, and you knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction between it could start. However, Kobe still wasn't what anyone could call social. He kept to himself usually and cared for a few times he did, but he reached out beside them. Outdoors, the physical agony still his heart and body. By this point, he was showing real skill. Maybe many people thought he'd make him become a real pro. Things had shifted between you and Kobe, but most couldn't see it. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor, he wasn't just your friend, or some guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Kobe. He knew that for a fact certainly. He was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on all of it. The future faded to the present, and then was simply the past. Even then, most certain parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most part the day you graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what you chose was your choice. You decided to become your own life. This was your experience, the summer after school, and it's the first summer of true freedom. What used to replace the temple was now the first step in adulthood. Our fine summer morning took what had become a very special scene for having a meal together. Your big sister Liz still hasn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was her half session for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so she knew how rare these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed. Good. After opening a con, Nog made her Liz the only mindset. Had only become afraid. Nearby her nickname was welcome at the point of her life. Urging though she moved away, you lightly feel closer to her than had in a long time. Scoop up more of your breakfast and chew intensely. Generating almost anything. And the meal you have received includes just about everything your mom had made, even though you offered to make your own food now these days. With Lily around, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister, the big, had been here for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choice too. Hurley has gone immediately without you further taking in the words until your ears were upon when Mom started a bit of gossip. And so how I heard the news. Alright. I'll stop pulling the lad and tell us. What is us calling news? Mom giggles as she comes out. She heard everyone stitching. Well, it turns out John won't be Brandy on the country street. At first, for the first time, I must be near 2 decades. Paragraph shock session. We all around after our meeting friends. Our conversation them by name. But you and Liz always visit them because the mean couple who yell at them on 20 times cross their path. Your mom continues on store spraying jam over those as she did so. They decide not to take a big trip anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their house. That's nice for them. Have a good summer being grandparents with no grandparents away from us. I still hope they're okay. They had a full life. It's nothing I'd seen that. And you be nice, Liz. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your secrets, folks. Joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lori. And a great conversation laughed from the three of you, engrossing in the conversation once again. He came down and found why the meal was over. Third time. Him's charm. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had been done. Liz took the road of washing the dishes and passed them for you to dry, and you put them away. You set the cups in front of you that need to go to Top Shelf cabin. That was simple. You had life. You always are on the same height as your age. Your height was something about yourself that you were able to quite pleased with. Lily shook out and by starting an incantation. She seemed to voice the thought that been buzzing around her head. I have to say, going back to your nurse and this fall is pretty, and you think the first year or two you can handle things, but no. Turned her and she placed cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. The first round was pretty generous passes, and year one my major was basic. Now it feels serious. I actually have to know some things. You laughed as you felt Faber, but you come at the place and held it more focused than necessary. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you believe in me. Thanks. Your old sister mouthed quietly and smiled at his mouth. I'll be fine one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from her. If that ever your plan, what is going to be on your list anyway? I have a solid plan for a long time. He answered quietly, as much as you were able to. Well, as on grew resent as you did. You made it thought 20 years of full life out already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public school was over, and in the end, been a familiar part of your life. I picked up her sudden question and ended up crying. She didn't decide it was time to make Chloe safely on topic. Alexander, you know you do what's best for you. The being here, back it up. Thank you. Of that, happy past the final gift your way. She wiped a soapy soft hand and found room for a cat to clean up her job. You returned on getting the last piece back and then for all. You eventually move on to a new chore, but it was everybody's sound of the cell phone. You searched the phone picked up from the table. You had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple of years old at this point. It had been 16th birthday gift from the parents. They decided which mom to get, but you picked up her. It was red. Had special charm to it, which was small heart. Her screen lit up and then giving me flag on one thing. You were formed by the colors I need. That I was love, orange, rise, and had birth in this level and not living in the same town. You still had a good relationship with your cousin, the same age. Living one variable, both of you had your own phones. Actually happened. She got her first though. Typing at the send button, you answer her call. A firm voice came through.
Hi.
Hey, Alexander. Riley. I trust I'm not intimating anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A direction from must have been to needed. It's good to hear from you.
Right.
She giggles and could only hear a drum she must be wearing. Nothing is happening for me either. On board with fixing like chatting, and my morning so free for the rest of my day. Woo, that's good. Unlikely, you haven't started dipping your toes into the workforce of late. It made keeping in touch with freaking more complicated, but you both manage. What about you? Pretty normal.
Cool.
Then you that? So how's Mr. COVID hole doing? There's was a tense between her tone. She was never willing to put up on line between the two of you. But their name comes from our years. Cove, your next door neighbor, passed soon. At this point. But he's far more than someone who lives in the same street. Prepare to remember the summer day you said your feelings for each other. A little 13-year-old knew. The only thing I made. Are you even touring without the boy being 10 feet away all the time? Or is there the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't seem like he should make his grand return already. Plus, I want to visit soon. He needs to be there. You could understand what she's coming up. They're certainly outside the norm. For a couple of months, the last 2 weeks especially, Cope had been going to Mom's place in Narrabag. The two regular staying contact over text and call, but still. Remember being drifted back in time trip when he takes her a visit. Almost every year he's gone away for a while and then he'd be back. Some were just brought, and others were keep forever. He sent you a letter while you in return. That's how much has passed, but Lately, he's been trying to see her as much as he possibly before take a long trip in our state, because it's too important to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could move somewhere else for school. But it hasn't actually been entirely clear what his plans after graduation. I wasn't hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. We both knew that.
Well,
Alright, maybe we should switch things up. Non-COVID topic, yeah. The rest of the family rode on, not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you finished your socks around the house. Both you exchanged goodbyes, and then went back to what you were working before, or calling in. As you wrapped up the last chore, you were running approached by Lily wearing a cheeky smile. I got Mom's key. One out this tiny town and just home shopping at Rio said, I can do that if you want me to. Good, I'm driving. Obvious is you don't know how to drive. Get your wallet and anything else we're going. With a nod, you make a quick turn to collect your stuff from the bathroom. You had your money saved up for the gift you received. After making sure you're both fully prepared for a long haul to the city, turn your back around there, you buckled into the car. In a smooth ride, there was light coming about the shop, and the rail blasting. The group there went by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from rushing down the road, cursing through the mall. Chloe had interest to check it out, and yours? When turning up the curve down the mall, you caught a little gift store. For friends and family, purchased gifts, you made presents for graduating high school. Had your gift being ready to give Cody. Or get Cody a gift. That trick had already come and gone, but Cody wasn't really around then anyway. You kept an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already. The place in the mall was large and full, with every shop of note being checked out. Rather than going home, he decided to walk some two small stores nearby, where he had made thoughts of that topic. Honestly, the malls are basically a social hole. Even a small store requires extra Disney brands are so more. Then your sister Rose stopped speaking and walked right into the middle path. It was a good thing, and no one was behind her. She seemed shut for a moment. This didn't catch her attention suddenly. Something had her lost focus because or you could puzzle might have. She began moaning toward her mouth. Don't draw attention, but look. What? That's and shook her head. Heard you want to look. Thought you gave her gaze best you could. My friend routines rolled down the same path. Okay. Thanks over your sitting conversation and I was questioning. Where are we supposed to be seeing her? Oh, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She ran from and got for again, and then each time saw what she was seeing. On the code of strength was a brown hair, gray eyes, a lot of freckles. That's Shane. Oh, Shane. From when we were kids. Yep, that's definitely him. I can't believe it. He's always just there. Sir, that's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? You don't pull him away from those other people. What if I'm wrong? Your mouth open reply, but she cut it out her question. I got this. I'll shout the name, shall we? And then we act like it wasn't us if we just respond on to that. We know without doubt it's him. Alexander, keep an eye out and see what he looks like. Let's give it a try. Likely without hearing, Lily pulled out the pen. Shelley! She allowed the pen word across the way and then put it at clearly, turning her head towards the shirt or dress. As I offered more, you could send attitude in their ships. 2 legs, you and your sister shouting. But me and sister, who tipped, one of them was a boy. And then to the large man, you looked. A wide grin overcame. She pushed her in, stand up, and looked her face. Oh, friend Jeffrey, Shelley. Waiting, she stepped closer, but to me. Without really, she went him closer to her. To her to be shown, was surprised at the call-out. Sid quickly left the crowd, and he was heading class back your way. He was trying to double-check something. But it remained when her gaze turned on him, and he broke away from the rest of them. A light foot chugged all across the pond, and the young man placed himself in front of you, Liz, and you.
Hi.
Hi, I like your hat. It's a green hat, let's get going.
Hey.
Oh, I'm not sure you remember this, but I'm Lily. See, and that's Alexander. We're friends when we were little. He is already gliding past. Traced down arch between you and Lily, and he turned him on his direction. I'm sorry. I think you got the wrong person. You could tell he's not in denies what was going on today. Still, it was understand. It's been a long time. You were real young and capable. You feel like that. However, on the crossroad, I'm right. Exactly the same face, the same freckles. How dream he tried to raise things. Still wear a hat. Then he looked at that where the crowd and go, not making eye contact with her. We know each other, okay? Alan showed on other side. He was trying the next door carefully, and then crying the burst in time. Shelley, what are you doing? The rest of the group's all released. The field trip on vacation. We're on schedule. Turning your head, then past your unhappy. Okay. Brown hair standing and storm your way. A carefree friend, he looks at him like he's 18. Sorry, didn't mean to ditch. Friend whose name was often known with a hand stretching, I said her. They thought recognized me as someone they know, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. His hair as well, as Light put her foot down and stopped in front of him. Gave more child. The longer complained. We do know you. I stuck her in her own thing, and Tom's went pale. Sorry. To be honest, she couldn't tell he was apology for upsetting her feelings to his sister. Writing that self was very Shelby-like. Do you know him? That's it? Then he spoke as if the words sounded as heard to him as almost but saying himself. Well, you know me. I can tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his will to be aware of what goes on with some ridiculous personality life for a year. If you two had important decision days to days ago, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to travel you might have. It's no good enough. He's with us and arrived without, and you survived without him. Now, stop learning the road is rude. Excuse me, we're the ones rude? I rang fast from showing who finally stood up against the Nate. That's really mean. The troop we're leaving. Other than the her neck gone on his heels and turned toward her when Glenn should fall behind. Ah, oh, people can't be sure have bad attitudes, huh? That's why can't they just try to get along? It's not that hard, don't worry. I bet you have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry, I can't stay with you, Tom. But I hope you have a really nice life. Bye. And that was it. Final words get Jen left out to head and go. I watched that since Sunny only frowned when hit her he was gone. It was quickly as he appeared. In fact, ahead, then worse, getting worse. Signed all and got up with it. Don't tell him. His last name was Friend. Birthday's October 3rd. That would have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. I felt bad for your big sister. Such a close friend in her early years, and in return was completely ruined. Are you going to go after him? Liz shook her head, pushed her child thought. I think we can leave it there. He's in the middle of high school field trip, and if already enough being able to see him. There's something in yourself about visiting Finn that he's still out there. Join part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I would definitely have two words with him about Felicity forgot. She laughed, but you could tell there was much humor to it. She was mad at the guy, even though she was happy to let those shoes go. Maybe they're going with each other, because the trip is not usual how things are.
Right?
True. We only can hope the same him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shirley. With that, the house crow known from her. Come on, little baby bro. Let's finish our field trip. Yeah. No matter how each other was really feel about it, it was something you simply had to accept. People you knew would just disappear in most unexpected ways. The two of us enjoyed remaining outdoors until it was time to return. By the time we arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You ached your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. Why, it's a good day. It had been enough acting for him for a week. She tried to hide a yawn behind her hand. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'm going to head up to my room, the guest room, since mine stopped being able as soon as I was out the door. The tone was light. She was quite a lot says on subject when her first taking over her big room. After she left the hall, but there was many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years, and more of a running joke now that she continued bringing up the topic to this day. Hey, don't actually sound rude. That's plain dirty. She smiled, laughed, and shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in guest room when you got your own place, Ace, and we're both in town visits. It's happy Thanksgiving and Christmas. What a relatable marriage I'll think accepted. She flashed a gun and couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was a temper. With that, she pumped the space you were already staying. Moving into a new space was first offered and decorated from scratch. Ooh, I get to find my room. Ooh. Layout. Okay. yellow. Blue has a computer. Oh, no. Oh, I like this. So that. Yeah, the lights are cute. I see me having a guitar. Connectors are probably for, when you're, towards DLC. Second, recording. Yeah, I like that. You're really satisfied with the feeling of your tiny place in the world. As the thought drifts, you turn to bite down and are yawn. It was no good. The bed was now lodged in your mind. All you could think about was collapsing on it. Tug up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you close your door behind you. You block the rest of the house when you turn back and realize you weren't alone there. Everything was someone familiar to you. Oh, this is breaking an entry, Kobe. Kobe? Okay, I can't really be mad at you. Kobe. Huh? Surprise? Yes! Mr. Isle. Fuck you, Kobe. Stone was uneasy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You haven't expected him to be with the state. Never mind your house. Kobe, stop breaking entries! You're an adult now. You should know better. I can't really argue as a teen. He hadn't answered how he suddenly appeared back at Sunburn. Though, to be fair, had been so sure there had been much for him to chat with you. God, I am surprised. You're adorable. God, stop saying that way. You're trying to be sexy. Disapprove. Okay, I don't disapprove, but I'm not into sexy. Think Kobe was the only way for a good moment to start and begin to explain.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. I was home, so I figured I'd come in my usual way. That is not how you do that, sir. The window. Damn it, I didn't learn to lock my window now, Kobe. Should have known better. A small smile had formed on his face. You were able to stare at him, unable to blink. Finally, you knew him disappeared. Could barely believe that he was really there. Mere feet away from you. I left my bag in your backyard. I hope that's alright. Oh, that's fine. I mean, that's for. Go home, God damn it, I'm conflicting myself now. That was when you truly understand. Chloe came straight to you upon came back to town. You were his first host to call. Technically, her and all above there, even though you had been and why he called. Kobe had assured that he'd see you early opportunity rather than allow his plans to change. I'm gonna walk over. He was here, and it was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate to join his presence. He asked coolly. As you appeared, Kobe quickly hopped from the room to meet you. you. Ah. He began closing his eyes as you leaned forward close to him. All the lips off. You met your partway and two of you shared a gentle kiss. Then you stepped back a bit. Cody rubbed the side of his head and put Gladys down, though he couldn't help get a little nervous. Cody, I missed you too. Even if it hasn't said it out loud, right? You got the message from his body language. Cody was getting blind, his cheeks burning, his eyes wearing glasses and gems. But he looked like as if you were the most exciting person of all. Was it a good trip? Her brown turned with the question. Leaned in and kissed you again. Oh, you. As after a long moment, he broke the kiss until his face back just enough to speak, but not much that your forehead stopped touching. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? Oh. He said that absolutely as a joke, and said something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet then all who felt real. Her heart pounded in your chest. Her head formed, touched Side's tail. A thought of this. Post smiled as often then apologized for his sudden outburst of merriment. But he let out the word hang in the air, all the same. Chloe told you about his trip had gone on, and soon he recovered enough to actually listen. Swan was doing well, and she had a practice in the work that she was thrilled about. As a result, Chloe was going to be stuck around in Sunburn for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Chloe back once more, he felt at ease. Chloe stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the wheel and the world behind. The sun had set while you burst remained.
Well,
I'd probably get my stuff and see Dad. Glance over you for a sharp look. Want to come with me? No, I do.
cool.
I will begin heading to your bedroom door. Aww. It's totally special. Quickly clear your throat, making Chloe turn around. The request was so common. And that's all you need to do was a gym friend, and he started to get the hint. Cody shook his head, and the smile on his face implied it was you, and you seemed was good, not the request. He'd come to suspect later, even if he didn't get why I held such a care for you.
Alright.
You can't help it. That's low enough for you to hop on his back. Kobe was so tall that his back for rides had taken more trails than arrow over the years. But the field missed shocking bumps along the way. Eventually figured out how far he needed to bend. This you understand and practice made it easy for you to climb aboard Kobe's fence now. Kobe stand up for pose. Found someone on his shoulder. Toby carried you down the stairs and you had to duck your head a couple of times to the ceiling guy. Still, you were safe reach from the ground from your house. Door's going to be this way. Get off here so I can open it. You bent down to let you off safely off the bed. Seeing things from your usual height was, and after looking down at everything. Now Cody returned. He didn't even remember the gift he prepared from when he got back. It's best to give it to him now before leaving the house. Can you wait a little longer? I got something for you. I turned away. Really? He nodded and tried to imagine how he reacted when he saw it. Yeah. It was $20. Small copy from Hill. A white copy from Backer Hill. Thorne showed he'd been enchanted with when you hit the shell. A quickly ran up your plexi shell. No, exactly where to find. It's been in the house, the same box, since you were little kids after all. Taking great care of him in your case. Thought had been a long time since you took it out and go work as your tips. As you opened my favorite song was through your ear. But I admired the shell since first saw it. And declared it would be best all of your treasures. Saying that he never accepted your offer to take it. Hope that he might tonight. You close your hands to the shell, not one Cody see it to your right, and head down the stairs. When you went back in front of Cody and lifted your arm, he looked here as unfolded your fingers and saw his gift. When you have it, please. Cody stared down at the first share in their palm, and his mouth palm thought no words came out. Showed his eyes up to you and suddenly found they answered whatever question he couldn't say. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay.
Aww.
It was quiet as whisper. His fingers were as gentle as words brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. Wrapped you carefully to his chest and smiled. His eyes brilliant. I'll keep it forever. Aww. Put in laying his gift. Uncovered, but he didn't turn back to face once. Turning was obsessed. Though the face was away. Caught his eye like putting back to away a tear. Turned fine as he followed all emotions. He knew that code could be said that. Gift was all the memories and filling up in it. Seeming has took a toll on him. When he began to sift, you felt him reach out. Kobe? I can't. You just, Alexander, I don't know what to do. His eyes froze so, like he's trying to push tears, and sank back in. Oh, Kobe, it's okay. You don't need it. Do you need to cry? No. There, his tears had begun swelling up his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, he took their place. Thank you. His voice quivered as he spoke, or reached out, and he glanced forward to meet them. He laid his hands warm against your cheeks and brought his lips to yours. You kissed Kobe till his air finally out. Head bent, and you were glad to see Kobe's hands. Even after your lips had parted, Kobe remained close, his hands still burning your face. You're welcome. Kobe let his thumb bark. In the far return of the sun cap, his snipped tear dry. His eyes were a little red, but opened her again. His smile fully started from the emotions that he had overcome this time. You were really serious, too nice to me. Yeah. He smiled back. You're worth it. Kobe blushed, his hand away, the pale ghost of scars of his arms. He was at least for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. What you had a chance to settle your thought, maybe you could tell Chloe the news. I saw Charlie today. Charlie? I'll repeat the name in this tone like from when we were kids. From probably a moment and then showing his finger. Oh, he was the freck boy from the song, right? The one who moved? Uh-huh. I met someone called Joe. He looked like Joe from back then. Well, shook your hand and I was touching. Time so forth, no one understand. Doesn't remember me. Then he had to go. I frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad. I missed it. Thought you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Chloe known Joe for a short period of time, but we had never quite gotten along. Not that we were enemies either, just kids who only ever together because other people they knew. One what Joe was up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. This was everything you had news item. We moved into the next big thing. Also, you know those mean old people? The ones who always yelled at us? We cringed. Of back then. In the days was not pleased. I reasoned down. Yeah. They're not coming. They didn't rent the coming this summer. Oh, your jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The other couple had been for as back as you could remember. One period coming right. Even now, as seniors, you found your neck and your walk by their calling. I've started to go from breathing the wrong way and very back to home. It was strange to think of coming to an end. Wow. I really clearly struggling. The idea of the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't used the fireplace. They haven't showed up yet. Well, that's something very, and we better not be left behind. We still have stuff to do. He nodded. As soon as they left your house, Chloe put him down to let you climb back on his back. The last journey of his... It seemed that no sooner had the night begun, that already at the end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. Next morning your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later you met up with your friend Coleman and turned to go to the town. At all short notice, but it became everyone just, and Coleman was finally back home. Have a nice day, Dream. You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returned to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So what's on your agenda today? I'll meet up with some people. Well, I hope your friends have fun. Don't get in too much trouble. She winks at you. You both knew your moms wanted to enjoy every bit of summer before all the big changes start. I'll try. But before going down around town, could you bring the ball in? I finished up putting the dishes away over there. Here. Alright. Thank you very much. As soon as you were outside the front door, you couldn't help but see Kobe and his dad standing around the road and knows you too. Hey there, Alexander. Close smile lightly. When he makes your way, he added, hi. Aww. It was a sweet peck, something that had come a fair agreement between you both. But you've learned to lean back, you caught his blush in his skin. You know Miss Hung taking in the scene, you and Cole with self-smile. But I followed your light and showed his dad an important look. For a moment his heart seemed to like he had the thought of dancing tips with his tongue, but he decided to keep it himself. So what you're up to today? Tell them, holding your hand. I was getting the mail.
Right.
and we're meeting some friends in town in a while. So Chloe nodded agreement. Sounds like a plan to me. John Mrs. Sherman stretches his arm over and said, my boy and I just waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. Definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. This thing new. Besides, I'm glad to greet new folks in town. I'm dying to see the new neighbors. Alexander gets it. I raised the eyebrow. Really, you too? Yeah, it could be anyone. A beach. Actually, all kinds of people. I thought about your words in a few seconds and added on sound.
I guess.
If Howard took you one more glass, I'm good. And when he turned back to Junko, his voice seemed to be so sign them. And I still have that hell working. I get this done and throw it back on it. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I'll text you if there's anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Harry and Mary. Would that still work? With a wide grin break out of his face, Messin looks out the street, snaps it out. That works. He moved from and placed the zip coat shirt and fixed his chin. I was staring. Son, you are truly all in the world. Mr. Stud sat up straight and let Kobe go. And he looked at her saying, okay, with that said, I'm going to make some money. There always has to be one thing I do best. Son heads off to go in the big wave. Goodbye. Kobe smiled the whole time. I both watched as Dad leaves. Charlie tries his best, and all is just great. As soon as his son Cody decides, like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging out around this tree a while. I'll stick around to see the new neighbors. Curious about the new tenants was getting better view. Mine was already struggling with too many thoughts about they might be like. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what they at least look like. He nods. You nod at the son and happy about his task. He wasn't going to wait alone. He'll put his hands up on your shoulder and his thumbs out and move in the smooth circle. And then his eyes was firm. He was serious. Alexander, you're my true ally in this world. He got a thorough check out of his, he grinned and strong figure into his son.
Thank you.
I know you'll stay for me. You're lucky to have me. Then Curry raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of the Sunbird. Lucky. For a moment, you weren't sure if Chloe laughed at your joke or at the mention forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. A smile of face reached his eyes and made him feel electric. And then he let go. Cove stepped towards the front porch and let him take a seat. Leaning back in his arm. Our watch begins. Nodded in agreement. You joined over the front porch, and you both sat in front of her as waiting on new tenants. Everyone was quiet, and you sighed, closed your eyes and felt a little breeze. Eventually, you both picked up the sound car and Tucker followed noise to your street. Ellie raised his eyes and he sat up suddenly.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? I hope so. Leaning forward, sitting on the edge, or you couldn't wait to finally meet the unlooking new neighbors. I'd pull up exactly in front of you. Not all empty condo. It was the same side street. We're up. Well, getting to the feet closed. Ride leaned until his head to get a better view past her. Open the door. Another cab, huh? You could only feel coming on after the last train. Ziffer was definitely what you were expecting. This young man had to be close to your age. Set full of bath, white and gray, inside hair, matching cinnamon. The only pop color of something that couldn't easily be fashioned in some. A pair of dark, which was cut off when he over his hello folks who you might know me. Were the neighbors? Stop crying. His face curled for and it was cough, but he didn't mind crying. He needs something around. Hello, LeJohn. You and Coach Jennifer look between further. Up there. Over and firmly shut the door right. When he turned back to you, inside, black suit, on with his own business, he strolled forward and idly tapped on the driver's side window. Knuckles, asking them to roll it down. When it's opened, he leaned over and rested his arm and assumed to thank the driver for getting him there, concerning something kept during the great chat. They shook their hands and then pulled himself up away from the axle with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. Frank pulled away, rolling carefully down the road outside of the corner. A new return had arrived. He left the suitcase on the ground, all the way up the street, and suddenly overturned, who had joined by him. All finally stood up to greet the person who called him. I'm back to work. I am nice to meet neighbors. We were standing up the southern approach when Bronson got close enough, offered his hand to me first. I'm gonna shake it on the next person and grab your hand firmly to give a savage shake. I'm Alexander. Hello. It's nice to meet you too. Hey, Alexander. I'm quite keen on getting to know better than this summer. Could we be good friends? How you just met me? I mean, God, I don't know what vibes I'm getting from you. I'm getting you. From their side, Kobe shrugged his nose. And you are? Lift his hand out to Kobe's neck. Kobe said, across his arm, saying, still, I'm very careful. And Kobe. From Kobe then, lift up, unknowing reason. His eyes said Kobe. Now, wait, is that nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Chloe spoke smiling, having given the instructions many times in the past, but it clearly charmed on all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents know exactly what they're doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for a face I'm seeing. Chloe's that's gorgeous. It's really not. No, I think it's nice to see someone else knows. Sure might bond on for you. Living in with it this long, but I promise it's on and it's knock her out. I couldn't ace you after his cheeks couldn't turn red with embarrassment. It was that very look I'm overcoming and crazy I'm sorry. Hurry. It wasn't anything to me more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm pretty against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself and seems there was some extra meaning hidden by his words. You nodded this that Kobe raised his eyebrow and picked up on that too, and didn't even open his eyes to see your face. No, he had some filling to do. He stand up straight, suddenly posed, rising to his feet. On the ballroom dancer as the phase. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get down the face gets. Both didn't look convinced at all. Murray took him to the talk with him. Well, grin become fairer to you. If you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Chloe perked up and smiled softly. Philip touched his screen, his hand moved. I already have a partner. Alexander is the only dance. Is the only one I'll dance with. Sorry, it's my boyfriend. You're both together? Yes, we are. Now that's crushing, but makes sense. I got here too late. Should taken it center off. That's a joke, really. I don't mean to intrude on anything you have with the offer. Exactly. Chloe's the guy I'm dancing with. Aaron smiled and nodded, understanding, letting the subject go. After that, there was a long conversation with Chloe and Phil. What made you decide on Sunford? Oh yes. Well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I was off the summer for college and not living in dorms. There was a peaceful grin on eyes as he continued. I know they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, turning the two of you living here. He's cool then. So, though he is disappointed that he can't take you now. I'm sorry, the spot has been taken. Arlington probably left his hands up in front of his chest, giving the dresser a meaning no harm. It's nice not to be the only one my age around this neighborhood for an entire summer. Nothing. There was a story you had here before. The same one when lonely Kobe and his dad moved along there. Kobe wasn't brought, so a good phrase is like in the first place. Doesn't feel the need to keep words to practice to myself. But there's not romance, come on. I see that you two are very compatible partners. I like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Brad, we work things out. I don't mind. Shift his weight to ours, but tries to move forward. So which color is yours? How long have you been living here? Oh no. I was about to get uncover the live schedule. We're both your neighbors. We both live in a different house. With our parents? I've never been in any foreign house. I raised that. But never since you started dating? What a couple of lovers. You're the backbone of romance society. Aw, he's a sucky. Okay. You just give me weird vibes. It wasn't bad vibes, but it wasn't but I wasn't sure what vibes it was. It was just a weird feeling. It was like, it's not bad, but is it good? I don't know. Kind of feel like. You felt your face burn up embarrassed. You chew out your bottom lip. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, that might be the chance of the rest of your life. You know Kobe will enough to talk a little bit about his judgment, but he cited acceptance. After all, there's no doubt about his claims being complicated. You were starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'll be thrilled to hang out this summer. But let's save the serious talk for later. I need to do things inside. Give a small nod and head inside. Select both of you down to the smile. Goodbye for today. Chloe simply waves goodbye. Bye. And then turns on his heel and strolls back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his car door. You and Chloe were silent as Fern unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him coming out of sight, Chloe let out a long breath. I don't know how to explain this guy's my dad. burst out laughing, trying to imagine the conversation. At least this job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Murray. We should get going. Give Brian come one last glance over your shoulder. I'm looking forward to seeing him more. Brian was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turn your attention back to COVID and push all your thoughts back to the side. You both start making your way towards town. You slide your palm into his hand, and COVID touches his fingers with yours, the special intent becoming happier. He lightly squeezed your hand. A little while later, you and Kobe reached in a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stop walking. What's wrong? I think I hear my phone. Plug your cell phone out, and then there was a new message. You open a text from Ryan. All you can see. I can see you from where you stood. You're turning your head around. You couldn't spot Mary anywhere. But she did send more messages. I saw you holding both his hands, scandalous. What are you? Where are you? What that message says, you were back to looking around, scanning for any moment to arrive trying. But the physical Cody looked carrying an eyebrow. Ryan, come out! Ryan jumped a bit with your setting out first. He raised an eye and looked at you carefully. What happened? Before you could even explain the setting Cody, and you both snapped your attention into yelling across the street. And there you saw Mary and Terry coming out behind the backside wall of the gun store. They both started waving and drew you more attention to them. I took a step in their direction, Grim waving them to get closer. Upping their arms, the girls stopped only to look both ways and rushed across the empty street. Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, buddies. Hi. Looks like you both knew better not to J-Rock. Even if it was open road, it's a small town. It was still illegal. They took marching tones without
Me too.
Sorry, Alexander. Me too, sorry. Although you thought you shouldn't. Alright, go don't. You should do it again. For the moment, tongue reached across her heart. There then closed the distance between her hair and Kobe and crushed him in a playful hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to empathize Jessica and
Sorry.
Eventually she let go, and Terry looked at him with a gleaming smile, but Kobe persisted rubbed his arm. Standing there, Mary shifted her weight onto her hip, and she wanted to her with a smile. Welcome back! Thanks. It felt finally official. Everyone was together in one piece. From here, and you weren't sure how often you would another afternoon like this. They didn't either. Kobe served her up Kobe's right in the chest. You gotta have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Tara. But I can say as soon as I know. So far, our work hasn't said anything. But I'll tell you, we're busy with opening RCA octaves. When Cody wasn't a part-time job, but very on he volunteered for California RBCA. The group focused on cleaning badges and removing cotton from the ocean. Chloe always loved the sea. It didn't surprise me one bit he was starting to get involved with that. Their big smash for the year, it comes right up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much more to do then, but it's kind of looking forward to the fun pushing. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, it still looks good on your college afternoon at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I'd like a meal now. Perk me up, right? Kobe nods in agreement. Asaka, by the plan, you smile. Before you need to head to town, after trimming the whole way, the only judgment left to make was where to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by a blink of eye. When nightfall, it was time to head home. They parted ways with Marion and Tara. You and Kobe reached your neighborhood without even. It was late enough that you took your out of the way street with dark silence. Days like today felt good for food and good company, left you feeling embraced. As you walk along on side, Chloe peered at your face out of the corner of your eye. You wonder why he's so distant to you. Without character. For a while, Chloe saw silent and alone in your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear the voice. All of a sudden, he still wasn't looking at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They change and still the same. It all felt completely dry all of a sudden. For sure, that things kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own personal and their path out. That it wasn't set for them. You knew about your own future. You still set for yourself you wanted to. Let's go part-time. That's basically it. For your education, you thought you take online courses, and that's it. And for what you wanted to, stay locally. It's all been happening so soon. You already started applying to schools, and you've been opening about your thing, and everyone knew. You only spoke about this with, and those who were close, like Kobe. Now, wonder what Kobe had in mind. You heard him run some thoughts of his future, but never anything that would have been as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped, most being Kobe's side. I look around for a moment aside from trying to sell more words to say. So you're planning on going to school and stuff in summer. You nod, your skull felt twisted and nod. Chloe closed his eyes and nodded while he planning his thoughts. He looked at you while he lifted his head. I decided on something, well, kind of. He smiled lightly and rubbed his arm, and then Fred grew sensitive. I'm not going to decide on school or career. Not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunbury. I'll move out of my dad's place. I'll keep on working my job and keep volunteer stuff and everything. Maybe I know what I want for myself by fall or next year. Or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue without happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by the time that someone had help as can't do it. Frowned aside, so it was clear how much stress lay on him. I guess I'll be me and you right here for a while longer. Besides, and you weren't going to be separate. That means a great deal to them. The plan sounds fair to you. Chloe grinned. He looked relieved that you understood. I think so. See you tomorrow, Alexander. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Pull you an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, and yet you could have been more concerned going. You returned his embrace to stay there for a little longer, as you could.
Good
Night. He tried to let go and give you a smile. I walked straight ahead, but you were running and frozen real straight. Watch him and you wondered, how many more times would he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You'll count more times. Finally, you turn yourself toward Howard. Tell to yourself that you make the most of this summer. I'm going to save here and I'll say goodnight. So you have a great night. Bye bye.